Just by way of introduction, I started coaching in 2003, which was the first year that FLL came to Arizona. That was the Mission Mars theme. Anybody else do it in 2003? No, because you're the rookie coaches. Anyway, since then, I have coached, I think the count is about 128 teams. And what I put here, just by way of quick introduction, is because I coach as many as, I'm trying not to do this anymore, as many as 10 teams in a season. What I do is for our coaches, I consider our group of coaches, we're a team of coaches, and we share all information, whatever, and I work with all of the teams. But because all of the adults who participate in FLL make FLL happen for all the teams, we do a coach's shirt and a mentor shirt that has all the teams on it. And so what you see here are not 19 years or 18 years of shirts, but about 13. In the early days, I was a throw them away. Then there's a whole group of, I'll use them for painting around the house and washing the car. And then I thought, maybe I should start saving these. So I gathered the ones I had and put them together in a collage for you. And just one comment, because we're talking about innovation, is my tradition in my teams is that their team name they come up with that is related to their research project. And so I'll just pick one here. The Phytophobia Fighters were from Animal Allies, the Animal Allies year, and they addressed the problem of dogs who are afraid of thunder. And that's if maybe some of you have had that experience with dogs. The VV Visionaries looked at turning golf course water, water, what do they call them, hazards or whatever, into ponds for dragonflies, because dragonflies are so effective for eating mosquito larvae. Let's see, PedX, this was this year, PedX established a walking club, a non-competitive physical activity at school for middle school students, because they themselves, as a group of FLL kids, realized that they were the target audience, the kids who spend all their free time, except for FLL, on video games and don't participate in sports and don't want to do sports because they are intimidated by the kids who are so good at sports. So they wanted social walking for exercise, and they got it. And on top of that, they then, this year, it'll be a before school activity because we have a late start learning for the middle school that we surveyed parents, and over 100 said, we want this for our children. So they could drop their kids off and have them walk and gather and then have their day. So at any rate, that's by way of introduction. Now, the reason I'm up here, instead of some of the wonderful veteran coaches that I've gotten to know over the years, is that last year, one of my teams did, when the cyclists didn't receive the Innovation Award at the state tournament, and then my team PedX went to the VOI, which was the Virtual Open Invitational, which was fully funded by Amazon. And that was an incredible experience with 80 teams from around the world. And what made it so exciting for me, and their videos are all online, by the way, they had arranged Zoom calls with the designers of the Spike Kit and the Lego Mindstorms Robot Inventor System. They had Zoom calls with master builders around the world. And they also showed the top 5 research or innovation project presentations. And what I've had in 19 years of coaching, or 18, I can't remember if this is the 19th or 18th, but is that you prepare your team, but when you get to the tournament, they go into the room with the judges and you don't get to see it. And you also don't get to see what the others do, except occasionally they fill in and they have a presentation. So all these years we get this rubric back, but we don't really know for sure. We can't compare ourselves to each other. And when I say compare, we are in a global competition. We are not competing against each other here. We're competing against a global standard. And the more we support and help each other, the more our children learn. And just one more quick story before I get into the presentation. My first year of coaching was the Mars mission. I had a team that could only score points by accident. We only achieved each mission the night before we left for the tournament. So that was our first year. We go up to Phoenix, and the only points we scored were, of course, when our robot went out of control and we accidentally scored a mission. Now, I, of course, being going to be ready for this, put in new batteries in the old RCX, which was our first generation of Lego Mindstorms, not realizing that when you change the batteries in the old robots, that totally changes your performance. And so we put our robot down, and it went wild, and we were standing there going, what happened? And so, I mean, that's how green a rookie I was. However, my team won the tournament. In those days, you could win with, I think there were only 24 teams in the state, but you didn't have to have the highest, or in a percentage of the robot scores. And so we won, and we went to Atlanta, which was where the world tournament was. And I got there, and the first person I met was sitting on a chair, and she was the research coach for a team. And I went, oh, you mean I'm supposed to have a research coach? And then, I mean, there were just so many things, and I then realized I am so outclassed here. I don't belong here. And I wanted to go home. And of course, the kids are sleeping in their, I had the girls in one room, the boys in another, and I'm thinking, oh man, I'm on the floor so the kids can get a good night's sleep, and thinking, I don't belong here, I don't belong here. Believe it or not, we won the research award for at the World Tournament. And they broadcast our presentation to the 35,000 in the Georgia Dome. Now, in that night of worrying, I was like, I'm going home. I can't do this. I was wrong. I can't do robotics, because I'm just an ordinary classroom elementary teacher. And then I went, by golly, if this is what the best teams in the world can do, kids my age, our kids' ages, then I'm doing them a disservice if I don't learn how to do this and help them master this. And so I've dedicated the 19 years to building the skills so that students could progress. And yeah, we've been to the World Tournament again. We just got to the VOI. But I wanted them to learn the skills to be able to compete on the world stage. Not compete to win, but because we want them exposed to what's possible. And you're going to hear that quote again. So anyway, a little bit of background, and now let's go. So this is the FLL Innovation Project, and it's basically 5 words that we need to know: identify, design, create, iterate, and communicate. And the 5 words are the plot line of the story your team will tell to the judges. And as an elementary teacher, and any other elementary teachers here? Great. So you know that we use this plot line to help our students write stories, that we have rising action, and we have a climax, and then we have a falling action and a resolution. Well, that's really the story of the FLL project, starting with identifying the problem and coming out at the other end where you're communicating it. So it helps to really keep those words in mind. So it starts with identifying the problem, and the team identifies the piece of a real-world problem they want to and can address. Now, it's not so easy to do because there are some hurdles and pitfalls. And believe me, my teams have tripped over all the hurdles and fallen into all the pitfalls. Okay, and the first hurdle is the fact that the real-world problem that FLL chooses challenge and defy experts. And every year I start off with, oh no, what are kids supposed to do about this? The year that was particularly hard for us was the Into Orbit year, which was about space, because everything we looked at, NASA has researched and has their engineers with solutions for, and we really struggled with that. Now, but did kids figure out things they could do? Yes. Not necessarily my teams, but lots of teams did. And so every year we kind of look at that and go, holy moly, what do we do? I'm looking at Cargo Connect and going, boy, that's a new topic for me. The second thing that I find, and is probably the reason that I keep coming back to do FLL, is that 9 to 14-year-olds do not come equipped with the mindset and skills for in-depth research. Maybe you have the star on your team who loves to research. I had one, started with me in 4th grade. He won the Flynn Scholarship last year as a graduating senior. Done FLL all his years, and then FTC with me, because I now coach an FTC team as well. And he will tell you, as he told the Flynn judges, I had one of mine was also the Flynn winner the year before. Both of them said that the FLL experience was what shaped their whole educational journey, FLL and then now FTC. And the skills that they had to exceed academically. And for me, while they don't come equipped with the skills, I feel like that's the thing that I can do that most helps them. When they go on to other things, and until only a couple of years ago we didn't have FTC, students would come back to me and say, I ran for student body president, I used my FLL skills, because they're presentation skills, they're figuring out how to present those ideas in an effective way. So we have a lot of work to do. Another thing that is really clear, because we really in FLL try to have diverse teams, we try to bring a lot of students along, the readiness and willingness to do research is usually unevenly distributed. So we have students who don't want to do the research at all, or really struggle with it, or just really don't want to do it. Unfortunately, and I'll just be honest, oftentimes the girls on a team are the ones who gravitate to the research. And so a different problem that I try to face is I want the girls to design and program too. I don't want just the boys to grab, but the girls, I have to say, are the ones who really grab into and write the research presentation scripts. And I don't want to imply that that's always a boy-girl thing, because it doesn't have to be, and it isn't always. But my experience has been that I really have to work hard at giving the girls the chance and make sure that the whole team is involved in the research process. I will tell you that led me to do an all-girls team a couple years ago, and they all wanted to do the research. And I had to say, we need a robot. Could we please just stop doing research today and let's try to work on a mission? And it was a struggle the whole time because they were so excited about research. And of course, we love that, but it's a total thing. Did I cover everything that I wanted to do? Yes. Oh, the attraction to working on the robot is often greater than to do. And we do, I find, and some of you, like the Catholic Master Builders, are really an experienced team who probably have a better record than mine on balancing things. We spend more time on the robot. And so it's really hard to kind of structure that a little bit. Okay, now, the other thing that I want to talk about is the fact that students, team members, want to jump to a solution without covering all the bases. And I just heard this story on NPR, hopefully some of you heard it too, that the Cleveland Indians spent a year trying to find a new name for the team to replace their name. And they announced with great fanfare that it would be the Guardians because of this, I think it's a bridge or some sort of public work that has these figures on it that are the guardians of the city. The only thing is, there is a roller derby team that has already trademarked the name. They are the Cleveland Guardians. And so now there's a big legal battle happening, and this is something that has happened to my teams, is that they've had this great idea for a solution, they jump to it, and then at the last minute, when they're getting ready for their presentation, somebody notices that they overlooked that you can buy the same thing on Amazon. that they have just invented and spent their time on. And you go, how did we miss that? What happened? And so my experience is that when the students hear the challenge, they go, oh, let's do this, here's our solution. But that's not what FLL, the FLL Innovation Project is about. So what I've learned, painfully sometimes, is that structure, organization, and encouragement are the keys to overcoming these obstacles and avoiding disaster. And when I say disaster, it means when kids feel like their project isn't as good as it could be, or that last minute thing where you have to say, you know what, we really didn't, we didn't do everything that we could. And so I found this year in the pandemic, it was great because we were on remote. I said, okay, we're starting with the research project. So the carrot was, let's figure out, let's do our work, get our problem solved. I mean, not our problem solved, but let's identify our problem at the very beginning before we even start work on the robot. So there was the carrot. The other thing that I think is really exciting or really important to do is that I've learned, again, to overcome some of those research skills, is to get the experts in early. So because I have a number of teams usually, I will find several speakers, and then all of the teams are invited to the speaker, to hear the speaker. And these are experts in whatever the topic is, who do a general talk about their jobs and what the challenges are for them. And it just is a great way to start the children thinking and making the research part really connected to things in our community and people in our community and the real issues that they face. Of course, if you use the Lego Spark, the engineering journal that comes, the first thing is to find out the background of each mission. Understand that. That's a real simple thing to research, and it's great. And then really, getting help from mentors is key, because a lot of those children, even to Google, need one-on-one help. I, again, have to tell you the story of one of the little guys on that team. They're meeting with, this was an Animal Allies group, and they're meeting with an expert from the Humane Society who was talking to them about the issues that they have. This is the phytophobia fighters. And as he went up through the years of FLL, he often was off task. And so I'd go over to him and to the group, and they all seemed to be giggling or whatever. And I'd say, well, what are you working on? He said, research. I said, okay, so tell me what it is that you're researching. And he said, oh, research. No, that's not a topic that we're researching here today. Come to find out, it was memes. So again, breaking tasks down into little goals that students can do, and then having mentors to help them. The other thing, again, and I'm going to say it over and over again, is focus on the process. It isn't a matter of, oh, this is a problem, okay, here's our solution. It is, let's go through these steps. So what the team does to identify the problem is the start of your story. And it isn't just let's do a brainstorming. It is actually getting that information and collecting the dots. And this might be experts, it might be a little background research, understanding the missions, but get some work done to identify the problem first. Now, I wanted to share some clips with you from, these are the clips from 4 of the best presentations at the Virtual Open. And this one shows you a team who then tell the story of how they decided on their research presentation. And I need volume. Let me stop it here. How do I get volume up? Because let me stop it and start it again.
Today we're going to be talking about all of the ideas
How
and
do we turn
possible
it down?
solutions that we've come up with for our desk column along the way to our final product, Game On. Talking about Today we're going to be talking about all of the ideas and possible solutions that we've come up with for our desk column along the way to our final product, Game On.
Hi, my name is Braden. One of our potential problems is how to help the elderly stay active during these times.
Hi, my name is Pratouche. Another one of our potential solutions was to find a way to help people with disabilities stay active during quarantine.
Hi, I'm Charlie. We had the idea to make a timer which shuts off video games until you do an assigned task. This could be anything that involves being active.
Hi, my name is Abid. In the end, we combined all of our ideas to support a group very special to us, the Cabarrus County Special Olympics.
Why do we want to support these awesome athletes, you may ask? Well, throughout our research in websites, books, and Zoom calls, strength and conditioning coaches, and representatives from the Special Olympics, we found that
According to Emily Riley, the head of Special Olympics in North Carolina, only 18% of the 900-plus enrolled Special Olympics athletes were actively engaged in physical activity during the coronavirus pandemic.
According to UCSF, more than the usual 19 million daily steps measured by cell phones around the world dropped nearly 50% after lockdown began.
According to Nuance, COVID-19's closures of parks, gyms, fitness studios, and other public exercise places, COVID-19 resulted in reduced opportunities for physical activity.
Guys, come on, the judges are waiting.
Okay, so what you saw there is what they presented what they considered, and then how they made their decision. And notice, if you go back to my graphic with the file with all the dots, they cited experts, they cited research, and then they had different ideas, and then they chose one. Now, again, my team, until I saw this video, was like, and the other videos, maybe we've shortchanged this project. Not that we haven't gone through it, but we didn't tell the story. And so one of the questions that judges will ask is, well, what other ideas did you consider? Ding, ding, ding. That means we didn't cover it. And so what I'm suggesting to you is right from the very beginning is that we want to make
Today we're going to be...
Sorry. Okay. Now, that's just identifying the problem. What comes next then is to consider all the ideas that you might do to solve the problem. And again, where I often have teams go, okay, here's our problem, here's our solution. And what the judges and what it really makes a good design process is that you've gathered a lot of ideas. And again, the judges are going to ask, if you don't tell them, was everybody involved? Where'd you get those ideas? What inspired your thinking? And so those are key things that we want to document as part of this process, and then how they decided it. So I want to show you this one. Another team at the Virtual Open.
Our experiment proved that we can use positive peer pressure to increase an individual's activity level.
Eureka!
We had the proof, but what to do with it? Each of us came up with lots of ideas on how we could use positive peer pressure in a team-based dynamic. We then narrowed the ideas down to our favorite 3.
I thought we could put together neighborhood exercise pods.
I thought we could create a website with group check-in messages.
And I thought we could program an exercise app. We discussed these ideas with people in our community, collected more data and research.
I love data!
And decided that an exercise app would be the most effective.
Introducing Team, an exercise app.
Okay, so again, they're telling the story of those ideas.
And our experiment proved.
I don't know why that does that. And again, if you keep that graphic in mind of all those little ideas merging into one idea, that's part of the story. Okay, now the goal is to create a prototype that transforms their idea for a solution into drawings and or a model. And that's kind of, again, if we go back to that plot line, this is the climax of the story, the turning point or whatever. And I'd like to show you another video here. This is a team, I believe they're from Brazil. I think Planalto is in Brazil. And they did some amazing things here.
From the meeting of all these data, we created the Stretch Move, a totally vegan and innovative adaptable hand brace composed of an elastic band that enables people ages 15 to 75 who are more predisposed to developments of GVT to move during long trips.
That's blood clots in their legs when you travel.
And like common elastic bands made from latex, ours will be made from packed butter fiber, which provides more resistance. The fixing and rotating suppliers of the material will make the nation for the production of the project.
Our product is equivalent to 150 grams and will be attached to the side of your plane and the bus seats with the help of sealants or self-locking screws. You will have trains, and to use it, the user must connect one end to other, passing the elastic over the legs, and activate your lock system made with hacks, which leave the elastic mobile and ready for use.
Thinking about the safety of our customers, we also developed a retractable system to avoid accidents. Besides a risk analysis, where solutions were developed for all kinds of situations.
The user manual of our project has a step-by-step of 6 exercises which were studied together with 2 physiotherapists, besides the creation of detailed spreadsheet about the spacing of the airplane seats, so that the chosen exercises were the most adequate to the public's needs.
We carried out the prototyping of our project, which enables several evolutions, such as the size and weight of the product, besides the realization of 6 tests, such the resistance test guided by professor from UFG, where we could prove 100% of the fact.
Okay, amazing project, totally amazing. And they didn't win. So, I mean, just to show you what is possible around. Now, I have, as I told you before, I usually do multiple teams. And I've made the choice that I'd like to give a lot of children the opportunity to do FLL. And maybe if I just focused on one team, we could do this. But I'm trying to develop students' abilities to do these things on their own. It doesn't, I mean, I'm not going to, have my teams done things that are not quite as amazing as that, but some amazing things? Yes, we have done some great projects. And not to this level. But I wanted you to see it because we're talking about what is possible and for you to understand the steps that we're documenting. They are documenting their idea. The video is fantastic. They go on, they meet with the Brazilian Air Force to implement it, and commercial airliners. I mean, they really did some amazing things. And they formed a company to make it and sell it. I did have a team one year who did develop a product. We didn't apply for we started the process of applying for a patent, and we did have a prototype made in China, and we did submit it for the Global Innovation Award. We didn't win that, but our idea has since been implemented by by a company. So maybe we contributed to that. Okay, but again, what I want to say is an idea doesn't have to succeed, or to be a winner for teams to succeed in their quest. And this is one of my teams for the exercise theme for last year, or for the fitness theme. They had the idea of some sort of exercise that would charge the robot's batteries. So when the kids are at the tournaments, and they need something to do or burn off some steam, or even at a team meeting when they're getting a little antsy, they could do an exercise and charge the robot's batteries. And we thought, well, there could be a competition for how much charging you do. But again, to do the process, they started with a Lego model. And then they built, as they researched how to do generators, they developed some models, and then they did indeed, and I guess if I just push this, it plays, they then made a working model, and they thought that it should be on a plank. Now, is this a totally original idea? Lots of people generate electricity with a bicycle. There's our EV3 battery getting charged. So no, it's not a real original thing, but they learned a tremendous amount about electricity and charging and all of those things that, and then really analyzed that they themselves were students who didn't do a lot of exercise. So the value isn't in, you don't have to have the best project in the world to have a wonderful, wonderful project. And now the next stage is once you have that model, and that's what you saw also in the Brazilian team, is you have your prototype, then the next question is, well, what did you do to refine it? And what feedback did you get? So the next step is, again, we're on the downhill slope because the peak is deciding on that. The downhill slope is iteration, where you're finding the things that will improve it, and you're getting feedback from experts. And so I put two up here. This was my team that won the Innovation Award last year, and they met with somebody who is going to implement their idea and got feedback. And this is part of the process, to get feedback in terms of, here's our idea, and she provided us with a lot of feedback of, all right, here's some things that I'm going to need from you to make this happen. Here's some things I can do to make it happen. And so it was really a valuable thing. This is a team that their innovation project, they did go to the they went to the North American Open and came in second out of 80 teams from around the world. They also, two of the students took their project and did more work on it and submitted it for the Arizona Science Fair, which they won, and they went to the Intel International Science Fair and won an award at the Intel Science Fair. And again, it's a splint to make repairing wild bird wings easier than surgery. And currently, only large birds can go through the surgery to have their bones fixed. And so their idea was a 3D printed splint. It's held on with magnets. And again, that was feedback from experts who said the problem with this, an external splint, is the possibility of reducing circulation. And so finding the right amount of pressure to hold the bone and yet not injure or cut the circulation. And we needed that feedback. But when I say that the innovation project is one of the things that is so exciting in terms of the overall picture, is that these are students who, one of them went on to MIT and one is in biomedical engineering at Johns Hopkins. The two students who took this project from their, the team had done all the work initially, but they did the next set of testing of it that put it in the realm of a science project. Now, why is that important? It's because the inspiration that happens through the learning that they do goes in places that you can't even imagine. And this was an example of that. Okay, this is a team that is going to, the video shows you how they told the story of their iteration.
We made a demo working pressure pad. For testing, we used an EV3 for programming and Snapdragons for wiring. We programmed song and counter tests with the menu screen for our first prototype.
Making the working pressure pad showed you how light, thin, flexible, and sensitive to touch it is.
We then created a full-size prototype with the two pressure pads. At first, we programmed an exercise test for the EV3, but now we have an exercise test that plays music on the much smaller and cheaper microbit computer. We 3D printed a small box for the electronics.
Testing our full-size prototype helped us prove that it is fun, easy to use, and fits even in the car. Our heart rate tests proved the exercises were good workouts.
How did you design and improve your solution?
We wrote down our ideas individually and combined them to design and improve different versions of the workout pad. We planned our time with our work plan. We iterated based on research, brainstorming, sharing, and testing.
After viewing the responses of your survey, you found that most people want the pad to be app-controlled.
We iterated on our idea by planning the app features and layout. The Innovator Exercise Pad will connect to the user's phone via Bluetooth. The app will allow the user to choose a song and exercise.
Your app will provide immediate motivation through the music playing only when the user is exercising.
We will provide long-term motivation through the statistics trophy.
Okay, iteration process. Now, I have to contrast this team to my PEDX team because they decided they wanted to do something for middle school exercising, and their first thing was, oh, let's make an app. Again, that jump across all the steps of the process, we want to make an app. They didn't end up making an app because when they actually researched, they found there are a gazillion apps for walking and all kinds, including the very original idea they thought they had. So I just, again, it's so important to follow the process and really do this. Now, again, this is, you're looking at the 4 of the 5 best research presentations of 79 teams from, and I can't remember how many countries it was at the VOI this summer, but I think it was 7 or 8 or 9. And so, you know, what a thrill it was to watch these kids and learn from, they're really showing us the process. And we don't have to be this detailed, but we can learn from the process, and that process is what's going to help our children and our teams just learn so many things and also end up loving research. Okay, the final stage is that we have to communicate effectively to tell the judges how your solution is being implemented and inspiring others, and then also promoting change. And so, you know, while the final step is the judging at the tournament, that iteration process means getting out there and sharing your ideas with people who maybe could implement it. And you get feedback on your solution, but then you also need to, for PEDX, who did the school walking club, they met with administrators. The administrators gave us the idea of, you know, that early start morning might really be better than the after school. And then in order to do this, to implement this next fall, we really need to know from parents whether they're going to support this or not, because we have to staff in advance. So then the administration said, would you do the survey to find out whether this club will go or this activity will go? And so again, that process of taking that next step and then taking what we were asked to do and then and doing it and collecting the data that we could then say, okay, it looks like this morning thing will go. In the meantime, the district went ahead and implemented the after school option, which was our first choice. So we had the ability to say, hey, we really did make a difference here. We implemented something in our district. And what you're also seeing, I think, in these slides or in the little videos is that, and at your tournaments, you'll see the kids getting ready for their research presentation. They have props, they have costumes, they do all kinds of things. And I really believe that this preparing the presentation, this final presentation, is just a lot of fun for children when they think about how are we going to present this, and well, we could dress up as, or we could play the role of. And this is, again, a wonderfully creative process that really draws a team together. And I always feel like the tournament where children then are in that situation of, okay, we've worked all this time, now we're going to go in there and tell the judges about what we did. And then they come out, and they're just different coming out than they were going in, because they've really supported each other, helped each other, and they're excited about what they've done. And that's what I think is really important. The other thing, you know, for me, again, one of the reasons I've done it so long, is that I have 4th graders to 9th graders, although now that I have FTC, my 9th graders are going to FTC instead of coming back to FLL if they're under the age of 15. But I define winning in my program is that you want to come back the next year. That is really winning to me. And my very first tournament, you know, I told you we had this opportunity to just go to Atlanta and see, oh my gosh, what teams could do with their robots that we had no idea you could do. We were inspired, but it took us a lot of years before we took a team back again to a world tournament. And then it took another bunch of years before it took a third team back. But the kids themselves coming back year after year get better and better, and they set their goals for what they want to do. And at a tournament, it can be at the regional tournament, they'll see something that another team did and go, hey, Seckerman, next year I want to. And that's when I feel like I've won the tournament. And the team themselves are going, okay, Seckerman, next year we're going to do this. Did you see that? We're going to do that. And so that's what I try to do, is help children come back, and each year we come back at a higher level. When I was at the VOI, a lot of the teams we saw are programs that are in place for a lot of years, and you know, so they get a lot of experience over time. But I think the other piece of that is that the kids themselves say, FLL is the hardest fun you'll ever have. And that feeling of accomplishment is really important. Now, this year, I told you I had a team that did win the innovation project, another one that had this opportunity to go to VOI. I had a team of 5 little girls who were really unwilling to do research, and they really didn't want to put themselves out there. And I'm like, okay, you know, you got a cute little idea, you learned something about a topic that was interesting. They interacted with somebody who, a senior citizen who does dog agility for her fitness. So they did learn all about dog agility, and they made a model of the course, which was they had so much fun making a little Lego model of the dog agility course that they presented, and then they presented to their whole class when we could come back in person. They presented this whole story, this you know, how they did this and what dog agility was, and encouraged kids to, you know, consider it, because you can do it at all ages. Was that an innovative project? No. But did they have fun learning and sharing? Yes. And all of those girls are coming back this year. So, you know, they don't have to do it all in the first year. And, you know, this year maybe we'll get them just a little farther. But the goal is for them to enjoy and learn some things and come back at a higher level next year and move on. Okay, so my final thing, and then I think we have plenty of time for talking, is, and we really emphasize this, is that winning is not what matters. Whether your robot, and this is a quote from Dean Kamen, whether your robot wins or not, you come away with an understanding of what is possible in the world. And I think, again, that is what was exciting for me to go to VOI this year. And when I went to the world before with a team, I didn't get to see research presentations. So I didn't get to know what these best teams from around the world were doing. So this virtual tournament was really an eye-opener for me. I learned a ton in terms of what I could do better as a coach. And so to help students tell this story, to tell their story well, and to keep them to that process. So that's what I have to share, and I'm happy to take some questions or comments from you folks. We also have, and can I do a shout out to the Catholic Master Builders here? It's a team that my team has met on multiple times at FTC, and did you hear that the Pioneers came in 5th in the state last year? Yeah, so we were real excited about that, and won the Compass Award and one other one, so we were real excited about that. But they're a team that has inspired us, because they've won and gone to the world, and they also have started. You started in what, 4th grade, and yeah. So do you hear some things that resonate with your experience?
I would say biggest things. I think when we were in, because we did FLL as well. We did the project, and we did a lot of stuff with that. That was what it big time resonated with us in terms of, it wasn't just all sitting on a computer, just like, oh, doing our little program and getting to really make connections with other teams and being able to, talk about and share their ideas, which I think is really unique to FIRST. And having just that friendship that we all had as well with each other. And once you foster that teamwork and that good teamwork in the project, it just absolutely go so many different places with it. But yeah, honestly, the project I think was my favorite part, and our presentation was my favorite part. It really takes a good coach and a good presentation. Like, okay, what was the project to really make it resonate with the kids and everything. But definitely learned a lot. It's huge. Learned a lot in the research, like you were talking about, and there were definitely like research, but learned a lot from it and had an absolute blast with it as well. So, and I think learn a little bit more from our failures to our successes as well. We didn't start out making it to Worlds. We started out kind of like in our first year randomly making it to state, and then we did it the next year, and then we came back with we said we wanted to come back next year. Like, okay, we can do this. Like, let's do it. So we got more motivation from our failure in our second year than we did in any of our other years. We were like, okay, let's go back, and then we did really well in state next year, and then we'll have to see. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. It's been a lot of fun to watch you over the years, and again see your teams. It's younger siblings now that are the new Catholic Master Builders, and you've gone on to college, right? Yeah. Are you here at ASU?
I did here at ASU here in computer science.
Yeah. So you'll be meeting some of the pioneers are here also in computer science. Yeah. So you'll run into some here. We have a couple in Barrett this year that are continuing, and our Flynn Scholar is here as well. So, and again, to reiterate, I think that the research project and that presentation, even though I believe that the carrot is the robot, and I love the work on the robot, and the kids love the work on the robot, the research project or the innovation project is really the one that has this lifelong. Now, I say that because a lot of my students do go on to engineering, but the innovation project really does just have such value through their lives, and so it makes me. I mean, I always start the season going, oh, I don't want to do this. When I started with FTC, no, I don't have to do research. And I was all excited about that, except that FTC has really a community service component. And that has become a real research area for us, where the students, they have another thing that gives them purpose and value in what they're doing besides just the robot. And it does help the team to have these different things to do. Now, again, I'll give you a chance to ask some questions. One of the things that I struggle with every year, and again, it depends on like those little 4th grade girls, they had really no skills for research. And so it took one-on-one to make it, to help them. Our 5th graders, and Judy, who's here, helped me co-coach them. They because they had been in FLL the previous year, they came back with the skills. Okay, we're gonna set up a Google Doc, we're gonna look for this, we're gonna get our sources, we're gonna put them in. They had many more of the skills because of that first year, that they could be a little bit more, well, actually a lot more independent. So we see this progression. But organizing the time to be able to help with the robot here and sit with a student who, what am I supposed to look up again? How do I find that? And then that takes a lot of time. So questions and comments from you folks? And actually, do you have a way to get questions or comments from people watching? Oh, there are none. Well, so if I were at a judging session with a team and the judges had no questions, I would go, I nailed it. Because it's when the judges ask you questions that you know. I mean, sometimes they ask questions because they're really interested in something, but it's usually because you have not covered something that's on their rubric, and you better fill it in.
Structure for starting the brainstorming engineering process, I guess?
Yeah, so, the engineering process or the innovation project?
Or just brainstorm, do you have a structure for that?
Okay, so I always start with building the mission models, because that gives us a focus, and we'll have that video that explains it. You'll of course have that this afternoon. I start with that, and then I think the first structure is looking at those, knowing what the challenge is, and then that first sort of group discussion of, for the engineering side is, whoa, what do we see here? What are going to be our assists for navigation, or just really general impressions, and let the kids talk and whatever. For the innovation project, I think starting with the missions, what do they represent? Because there's a ton of information about those. And so in advance of that first session, if you can, and I have mine structured so that we won't have this discussion until the week after. So I have a general introduction first in something I call the preview class. The second week of the preview class, I then will start that work. So I have a chance to maybe gather a few references and things for the students that I can say, okay, you check out this mission, you check out this mission, whatever. And when your task, that's where I say break it down into something simple, you're going to find out about the, this is this is not last year, this is City Shaper. That's 2 years. Find out what these things represent, and just do a mini research project on that, and then look for connections in your community. Now, we haven't seen the prompt for this year's, there's always a prompt. We know it's cargo connection. So I've been trying to imagine, what are they going to ask us to do? It may be something, and one of the exercises I think I'm going to try to do in advance of, to start it off, is to choose a product that they wear, whether it's sneakers or t-shirts or something, find out where it's made and how does it get to you, so that they can create a flow chart of that. I mean, that's because in an interconnected global economy, a lot of the things that we have come from other places. And so having them trace one thing, I think, would be a great way to structure some beginning. And then we have, and you probably have something here too, an Amazon warehouse. See if we can get somebody to come and start talking about, again, it depends on the prompt, but I'm thinking that trying to line up some speakers, again, very early in the process, to really say to them, so what's something that would make your life better, or what's an improvement that you see, is a good way to begin.
That reminds me, or that, what kind of direction do you give your speakers?
So I always tell them, first of all, you have to tell them what First Lego League is, what the prompt is, what we're going to do, and that we are looking to find an innovative solution to a problem related to this. And I also tell them the age range. Now, that also gives us a window, again, for a small research task, which is, I don't like the speaker to come when the kids have no idea what he's going to, or she is going to talk about. So, it's maybe a smaller task to look at, like the year that we did City Shaper, we had several speakers. One was an expert early on heat islands. He was an expert on heat islands in cities, where parking lots really hold heat. So he spoke, but I had the children, the teams, okay, we've got this expert on heat islands. Let's find out what heat islands are. What are the problems in a city? And so that was a little research project just to be ready for him. Among the group, they were also interested in water harvesting, and he had, it was like their interest was in some ideas about water harvesting, and so that was one of the strategies for cities, so that they could do a little bit of background research on water harvesting before he came to talk. Another speaker was an architect who just had a personal belief that our area of Tucson did not have enough walking paths or places where people could get out and walk. Because through the center of we live in the foothills of Tucson, and Sunrise Drive goes right down the middle of it, and it's not a real conducive area for students to walk from school to, there are no meeting places where kids can walk to. There's no park or something where kids can walk and meet someplace. And so knowing her that was a professional interest, we invited her to talk about what she, designing a more walkable space just in our area. Now, none of the students chose to do that. However, the next year, when we came back, when PedX came back, they ended up doing the Heat Island project, but they came back the next year remembering, hey, that architect who talked about walkability, and so they started with that initial speaker on walkable cities, who then was one of the sparks for the next year. So having them do a little bit of research first really helps. Other? Yeah.
In those presentations, when they present, how much, I know they don't get judged necessarily. Well, do they get judged on core values, and is it important that they all speak?
Yes. Yeah. And I put that on this bottom slide down here. I had it in the mountain in one of my slides, because, and I took it out because of the robot game. They're not judging the robot game, but in the research presentation or the innovation project presentation, they are absolutely looking for core values. So to go back to that idea of all those little light bulbs becoming one light bulb, that's a place where and you may have had this group process where everybody had ideas, but if they're not sharing it, then we haven't given the judges something to check off that there were ideas from people. And that's one of the reasons why I've really emphasized this telling of the story. Knowing yourself, these are the parts of the story that are important. Those I have to encourage everyone to have ideas, because that is part of what makes a good team, is when everybody has ideas and we bring them together. And I can tell you that my failure as a coach is that I often focus on the product, not the process. And so, I'm still learning how to be better at that, and really make sure that we've heard from everybody. But they are watching, and because I have had some students who have issues, I had a team that got marked down. I have to tell you, we had a student who was a selective mute. We have students who have issues, and we include them. I personally don't like to bring that to the front. I try to structure things so that students with special needs are in a role that's comfortable for them. But, we got to comment on our thing. Not all the members were talking equally. Okay. It's okay by me. She was there. She said one word.
Is that something you can share with the judges beforehand, that the judges take into account, or?
I don't. I feel like that's a problem for me to try to do my best to make the whole team successful. And I've also, one of the other key things that I learned, I had a team that bombed their core values exercise, really bombed. And one of the best teams I ever had bombed their core values. And there are peculiar things that happen in judging. And I'm sure I have had some of my best research projects didn't even get a mention. And I've had a lot of funny ones too. Things that have happened where my second year, I think it was, I had a wonderful research project and a great group of kids. They walked in and they started to present, but the judges weren't ready. It was, this was when FLL was new, and the judges were, a bunch of volunteers, and they didn't really, they were looking at their notes and trying to figure things out, and okay, now this is another team, I gotta get this paper, and my check mark here, and my check here. And so my team walked right in, put out their stuff, and started to talk. And they did their talk, and at some point the judges were looking up, and then the team finished and waited for questions. But because the judges weren't focused on them, the judges had nothing to ask them and nothing to say. And the team is just standing there, what are we supposed to do? And finally one said something, I don't remember, and of course you can't say anything in the back. So again, we walked out and we said, okay, we learned a big lesson. You make eye contact with the judges. You make sure they're ready. You are in control of this. And so that's a lesson we've used every single year. Now, kids forget things like this, but that was a really valuable lesson. We also, I can tell you, again, we had a corporation ready to build our idea. I thought it was a great idea one year. That was in Trash Trek. Kids went in, they were the milk dudes, based on the milk duds thing. And they had a way to revolutionize school milk. And they had talked to a company about implementing their solution, et cetera. So, but the judge was like, I don't get it. And two of our principals happened to be watching, because in the local tournament that we were allowed to go in and observe, not say anything. And all of us are just kind of dying because the questions that the judge asked were like, hello? What didn't you get here? And we walked out, and my principal, the principal of the school, they were 4th or 5th graders, I don't remember what, said, that was a great research presentation. The judge didn't get it. And then she said, it's a great product, but he didn't get it. And that happens. So, we go, okay, all right, let's step back. What could we do better? And those are those lessons that over the years, kids remember, and then we try to help the next team do. But how they interact is really key. And they're always, like the 4th and 5th graders, the big comment that I have yet to have a team of 4th graders that didn't have it is they talked over each other. That is a no-no. And we can go over that over and over and over again, but they're kids and they're excited, and the judges asked a question that they could answer. And so, sure enough, they talk over each other. But those are the things we learn, and they're valuable. I think I'm out of time.
Yeah, I think if you want to wrap up, that's perfect.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for coming and doing FLL. I hope to see you at our regional tournaments, our state tournament, and that you, like the kids, will come back and say, yeah, I want to do this again next year. The big concern I have as a veteran coach is I love seeing the same teams over and over again, that you too are coming back and doing this. And what we can do to support each other is really key. And I know you keep a list. Our former students are also eager to help other teams, so that two of my pioneers have asked, can we mentor a team in a different part of town? And they're like, Zackerman, we're set here, our program is all set, but there are other programs that are maybe just getting started. Can we go help them? That's winning to me when kids want to do that. So do call on us. Okay, thank you.
Morning, everybody. Let's get started. We're running a little behind, but that's okay. We're all among friends here. My name is Mark Pond. I am a First Lego League coach. This is my 10th year in First Lego League. How many of you are first year coaches? Excellent. I want to warn you from the get-go. You might, if you're not careful, you might end up doing what I'm doing one of these days. It gets addictive. Now first, I hope you can see this picture. I'm sure there's a way to go to full screen on here. I don't happen to know what it is. We won't worry about it. I hope every single one of you has a day like this one. This was the first team I coached, but this was not the first year. And as you can tell by the looks on the kids' faces, it is going their way. Now, one of the questions that coaches ask me is, how do you assign tasks on the team? How do you assign roles? Okay, it's very simple, at least with this team. 5 kids on the team. On our far right, standing there with a serious look on her face, that's Elizabeth. Elizabeth was what we called field. It was her job to go out to the table, first thing, make sure all the mission models were set properly. Okay? Because between games, the mission models are all reset. Well, the people reset them are volunteers and they're kids, and they're in a hurry, and sometimes they don't reset them right. Elizabeth saved us a lot of points by making sure the mission models were set. Also, if the robot got stuck out in the field, it was her job to pick it up and bring it back. And at the end, she signed the score sheet and corrected the judges if necessary, which she did frequently, well, occasionally, politely and respectfully, and got us the correct amount of points. She signed the score sheet at the end. She is now a student within walking distance of where we are. Great kid. Next to her is Sage with a happy look on her face. Sage is one of the drivers. We had 2 drivers. Drivers put the robot in the starting position, find the correct program on the brick, push the start button, and tag off. Now Sage was we had 4 mission sets. Sage was either 1 and 3 or 2 and 4, I forget, doesn't matter. She would tag off to Gina. Gina's the kid with a really happy look on her face there. Gina was engineering removals. It was her job when the robot came back to take all the attachments we weren't going to need anymore off, and to collect any bits and pieces from the mission models that had been collected. Sometimes the missions they give you the opportunity to collect a piece from this mission model and a piece from this mission model and attach them together away from the table, and you get more points that way. Well, that's what that's what Gina was assigned to do with Tori. Gina would hand off to Tori. Tori was engineering attachments. She's got the other serious look on her face, because right now she's thinking, I got to have this ready, and I got to have this ready, and I got to have this ready. When Gina would tag off to Tori, Tori would come up to the robot and put on the attachment that we needed for the next mission set. Tori would then tag off to the other driver. In this case, it's probably going to be Hannah, who would do the same thing as the other driver, select the mission set, and in this case, it's working. Okay? We had it going. Elizabeth and Tori are engineering students here. Hannah, Sage, and Gina are engineering students at a school south of here in Tucson, who's, I'm afraid to say the word in here, but robotics, First Lego League, helped drive these kids towards higher education. Now, if you look back in the back, you'll see a coach holding camera. You see a couple of them, actually. Coaches from other teams recording us, coaches from other teams watching us. Slightly out of focus is my wife, who on this particular day did not object to me having boxes of Lego parts in the house. Okay? And on the far right, you'll see me standing over there doing zip. I did nothing all day. I drove there. Okay? I shook some hands. I drank some coffee. I shot some breeze. I ate some snacks. Then I did that over again. I did nothing all day. Just kind of stood there. I hope every one of you has a day like this one. Okay? Now, what am I going to tell you about today? I am not a programming wizard. I am not an engineering wizard. I am an experienced First Lego League coach. I can talk to you about some bits and pieces and pass along some of the things I've learned over the years. That's what I'm here to do. Okay? I can't help you with programming. Your kids are better programmers than I am. And if they're not today, they will be by the end of the season. But I can pass along some tips. Basics, know the rules. Make sure that you are getting updates. Make sure that you're properly registered and you are getting updates. Sometimes, actually frequently, First Lego League will send out clarifications that such and such a rule, they were asked a question, can we do it this way? Well, and then they said, well, yeah, you kind of have to do it that way. Keep those things in mind. Know the rules. Study them. Find the space and time to practice. Well, I tell everybody it's harder than you think and it takes more time than you think. You got to allow the time to do it. Always keep in mind, much as we enjoy talking about the robots and the robot game, that's about 1/3 of the competition. Don't ignore core values. Don't ignore the project. Okay? In fact, put a lot of time and effort into the project. Okay? Because for one thing, it's fun. The kids can have some fun with it. Okay? So can the coach. Now, what we're doing here in the robot game on a table like this one this is from 2 years ago, City Shaper. We're trying to put a jigsaw puzzle together and the parts are changing size and shape as we do it. Okay? You have to design a robot, your kids have to design a robot to do certain things. Usually the robot itself is nothing more than a carrier of attachments. You have to figure out what it is you want to do. Do we want to do these 3 missions? Okay, these 3 missions are near each other, but they require different things. Do we want to do them because they're near each other? Do we want to do these 2 missions because they require the same kind of attachment, but they're far apart? You need to figure that out. And you figure all this out while you're going, and be prepared when you're getting nearer the tournament towards the end of the season that you're going to have to change, because you're going to realize we just can't do this one. It looks like we could, we can't do this one. So quit wasting time on it, do another one. Okay? Be prepared. Jigsaw puzzle, the pieces are changing shape as you work. How did we ever survive before PowerPoint? No, anyway. Strategy. Look at the layout. Now you know your kids, I don't. So I can't tell you which missions to select, which missions to ignore. If you have a young team that's just getting started, maybe you want one of the simplest missions. That team I showed you in the beginning picture, their first tournament when they were 5th graders, we did 2 missions. And we had 1 run when we got both of them. And they got so excited, they all ran to the table. Well, that's a violation right there. Then they picked up the robot. That's a violation right there. So whatever points we got for doing the 2 simplest missions on the table, gone. We did not get a trophy that year. Or anything. We didn't even sniff a trophy that year. However, the kids had fun and stuck to it. We won some trophies later. So figure out what your kids can do. If all your kids, if they're starters and all you can do is 2 missions, then do 2 missions. Okay? If the kids are happy with 2 missions, if they program, keep in mind, they have to explain the program to the judges. They have to explain to the judges why the robot's built the way it is. Okay? If that's what they can do, if they're just getting started, okay. And if they have fun, they'll stick with it. That's what we want. Okay? So keep that in mind. Also keep in mind, and kids have a hard time with this one, the clock doesn't stop. You get 2.5 minutes. They say 3, 2, 1, Lego. And then the music starts and people are yelling and lights are flashing and there's a video camera operating and grandma's over there yelling, Joey, look over here. And all this is going on, okay? The clock won't stop. The kids can't say, oh, I dropped something, time out, time out. Clock doesn't stop. Kids have a hard time with that one. Some parents have a hard time with that one. Multitask as much as possible. Picture I showed you in the beginning. We had the 2 drivers who would choose the mission set on the brick. We had, all that was on the brick was 4 mission sets. Each mission set, depending on which it was, had 2, 3, or 4 missions. We did 12 missions in mission sets, okay? The time, that 2.5 minutes you have, if the robot goes out and does a mission and comes back, okay, and then you reset it, and then it goes out and does another mission and comes back. That going out and coming back time, you're multiplying that, okay? But if you go out and do a mission, then move over and do another mission, then come back, okay? You've done 2 missions with the same going out and back time. Now, yeah, there's a little time in between moving from one to the next. That's a few seconds, okay? You want to maximize the missions you're doing and minimize the out and back time. Now, you know what your kids are capable of. If you can do 3 missions and that's it, you go out, do it, come back, go out, do it, come back, okay, then that's what you got. But when your team gets a little better and gets a little more advanced, and maybe you can do 2, 3, or 4 missions at a time. There are something like 14 or 15 missions usually on the table in the beginning. It is rare to see a team get all of them. It happens, and they're usually on YouTube bragging about it. Good for them, I would too. It is rare to get even most of them. If there are 15 missions on the table, the really, really good teams will get 10 or 12. Okay? Teams can do 7 or 8 missions, let's say half of them, and do well. Okay? If you have a beginning team and you can do 3 or 4 missions and do them reliably, then you did a great job. Okay? Utilize the walls. You will notice, and these robots are all in various stages of construction. This was my demo robot that I used for that video I did. I had more neat stuff on here, and then I told the kids that they could use this for this season. They took all the neat They took all the neat stuff off, but they did leave the wheels on the corners, rollers on the corners. The walls on these tournament tables are not perfect, they're far from it. But you can roll along that sidewall and you can go in a straight line the length of the table. Going in a straight line the length of the table can be handy. You can also back up against, we'll talk about this more later, you can back up against the wall. Now maybe you'll be over here and maybe you'll be over here, but you can back up against the wall and you know that you're coming off the wall at 90 degrees. Use rollers on the corners. I have seen robots get stuck on knots on the corners of the tables. I have seen robots roll over imperfections in the surface. They're going this way and there's a knot that's just a little bit up and they hit it just right, and instead of going this way, now they're going this way. It happens, and there's nothing you can do about it except shrug your shoulders and go on to the next one. Two kinds of attachments. There might be more, but this is what all right, where'd it go? Something didn't make the trip over here. All right. Oh well. I had my little one of the attachments. Here it is. Sorry, my bad. This attachment. No moving parts, no sensors. Simplest attachment going. It never failed. It worked the first time we tried it. It worked every other time we tried it. This is just a regular old attachment. Now I like to, we'll talk about this more in a minute, I like to use the quick connect. You don't want to use those little black pins to connect and disconnect and reconnect attachments while the clock is running. The purpose of this attachment was to push this truck. Robot goes along, push the truck. Came back to base, removed. Simple as it gets, never failed. You can have an attachment like this one. This is motorized. This one can grab and lift. A little more complicated. We call this one the Dallin, because one of my kids, who's now in high school, is named Dallin. Spent some time one evening doing some research and built this thing. I think it's pretty neat. So we call it the Dallin, excuse me. We call this one the Tanner, because Tanner went out and spent some time, looked it up, did the research, did some research on the worm gear. We'll talk more about attachments in a minute, but This is motorized and gear driven. This is pretty handy. If you need to lift something, this will do it. It also has quick connect for, let me show you, this is a simpler version of it here. I like to use quick connect attachments. I don't like to use pins. Those little black pins that hold things together, they might as well be super glued together. If you try to take those apart while the clock is running, the pin is not going to stay in the piece you want it to stay in, it's going to stay in the other one. So then the kid has to set this piece down, pull the pin out, remember where it goes, and if the kid drops that black pin, it will become a super ball. It will hit the floor and go to the farthest corner of the room, never be seen or heard from again. But if you use something like I just showed you there, or like this, and there are different ways of doing it. There, you can lift something if you need 2 forks. This is just a demo piece. You can get something like this, and if my clumsy old fingers can do this, the kids can do it faster. You change like this. This is permanently attached to the motor, and that's how it works. I recommend, as much as possible, using quick connect, quick disconnect, because it'll save you time and heartache. Sensors. I love sensors when they work. I have never used a touch sensor. They work okay, but to me the question is why? People use them so the robot will bump into a wall and start again. Okay, well you can back into the wall and program the robot to move away from it. Why do you need to use up sensor space and a sensor port? Remember, the brick has 4 ports for sensors. 4 ports for motors, 4 ports for sensors. Why use a sensor port for something that you don't need a sensor for? Yes, ma'am?
Will that be true on the Spike Prime in terms of the sensors going?
I have not, the Spike Prime has the gyro sensor built in, and it has, I understand, 6 ports, 3 on one side, 3 on the other, that you can use for either a motor or a sensor. Now you're allowed 4, thank you, my lovely assistant. Yes, you have 3 ports here and 3 ports here. My understanding is that you can use these for either motors or sensors, but you're pretty much always going to have 2 drive motors. That leaves 4 ports for maybe 2 accessory motors, and you know, if you're going to use color sensors for a line follower, you're going to need 2 of them. I'm really not all that familiar with Spike Prime. That's going to be our spring project, but where is it? Here it is. Anyway, touch sensor. I'm not that big a fan of the touch sensor. Some people set it up next to the brick, so you want to start the program. Rather than pushing this button, you tap the touch sensor. So what? My opinion. Color sensors, on the other hand, great for line following. Now what you need to be sure of is a couple of things. Now this, we'll talk about treads in a minute, but you'll see that these color sensors are very close to the drive axles, which is also the case on, I think, this one. No, this one. Color sensors very close to the drive axles. What you'll see some people do is they'll put the color sensors out on arms, okay, to follow a line, and the motors are back here. Well, the color sensor, you know, the robot, the color sensors aren't saying follow the line. The color sensors are going along and it senses the lines over here, so it's going to say turn. Well, it's not going to say come up to here where the line turns and turn. The motors are just going to turn. So the sensors that are supposed to be following the line just took you off the line. So you want to have the color sensors, if you're going to use a line follower program, as close to the drive axle as possible. So you're turning when sensing. Does that make sense? Did I say that clearly? Okay. Also, and you can't quite see it on this robot, you're going to want to have the color sensors shaded. Now some teams will actually put pieces together and make a light shade over the color sensors. So you get only the light, they only read the light that they generate. Okay. I just say make sure that they are in the shadow of the robot. Also, if you're practicing as different teams do, you're doing a line follow, or maybe you're practicing the way my first team did, practicing in the garage. Well, I've got the garage door open. That's sunlight. That's different from this. You're going to get a different color reading. Okay? Or you go to the school cafeteria, and maybe instead of practicing in a room, it's got a 10-foot ceiling, you're in the school cafeteria that's got a, who knows, a 15-foot ceiling or an 18-foot ceiling, whatever. The lights are different. When you go to the tournament, if you have programmed a line follower, go to the practice table and double check your calibration. Okay? I like the color sensors. They're a little tricky, but they do work and they are reliable. The ultrasonic sensor. That's this guy back here with the two eyes. One of these little eyes sends a beam out, the other one reads it. I like the ultrasonic sensor. It's reliable. Don't use it as a measuring device, because what it thinks 20 centimeters is may not actually be 20 centimeters, but it'll think 20 centimeters will be the same distance every time. It's consistent. Not accurate maybe, but it's consistent. One warning about using the ultrasonic sensor. If you're going to do what I recommend a lot of teams do, back into the wall and square up against the wall, and then you want to program the ultrasonic sensor to take you a certain distance away from the wall. So you've studied up on the program, and you've done the tutorials, and you say, oh, I got this. And you program it to move 20 centimeters away from the wall. And you download it, run, doesn't do anything, because it's so close to the wall that the eye that's sending the beam out, but it's so close that there isn't room for it to bounce back. So the one that's supposed to read isn't reading anything. So it's reading either infinity or whatever the maximum setting is, depending on which sensor you have. So if you're going to use the ultrasonic sensor to move away from a wall, program the motors to move half a rotation or some distance. Then program the ultrasonic sensor to take you to the distance you want away from the wall. Because if you're about an inch and a half, 2 inches away from the wall, then it works. If you're right up against the wall, it's not going to work. It's going to think you're an infinite distance away from the wall and won't do anything. Okay? That one was hard learned. Gyro sensor. Love the gyro sensor. There's only one problem. It's really hard. Several advantages to the gyro sensor. It doesn't have to be any particular place. If you'll notice, these kids have it down here underneath a brick. Okay, it doesn't care. The gyro sensor doesn't care. These kids have it mounted up here. Okay, it'll work. I tell the kids, if you want to use the gyro sensor, you have to explain it to the judge. I'm not going to explain it to the judge. You're going to explain the program to the judge. The judge needs to know that if you're using a gyro sensor, you programmed it. Okay? So the kids have to be able to do it. Now the kids, usually the kids, by the time they get to 6th grade, yeah, they can do it. 7th grade and 8th graders, piece of cake. If I can figure it out, your average 6th or 7th grader can figure it out. Maybe not even average, but be that as it may. Also, it needs to be recalibrated before every run. The easy way to recalibrate it, the reliable way to recalibrate it, is when the robot is placed in starting position, disconnect the cable, count to 2 slowly, count to 3 quickly, and reconnect it till you hear it click. It just recalibrated to 0. That's how you do it. The gyro sensor will take you in a straight line, and it will also help you make consistent turns. You need to there's going to be some trial and error in there. Okay? There are tutorials on YouTube how to program the gyro sensor, FLL gyro sensor. It takes a little doing, okay? But it works. Keeping in mind that the brick has 4 numbered ports for the sensor. Now, just in case any of you are crazy enough, like I am, to coach more than 1 team or 4 teams, I suggest that you use some conventions on which ports you use. Okay? If you just have 1 team, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I tell my kids ports 1 and 4 are for the color sensors. Port 2 is for the gyro sensor, port 3 is for the ultrasonic sensor. That way, if I'm looking at one team's program and the other team drags me over and I'm looking at the program over there, I don't need to make the mental transition from which port is which. Make sense? I tell, as long as you're consistent, I tell the kids program or use ports 1 and 4 for the color sensors, 2 for the gyro, 3 for the ultrasonic. And for the motors, I tell them, again, sorry, I'm bouncing into my microphone, sorry. I tell the kids A and D are the drive motors, B is the back motor, and C, because it's the only one left, if you have a front accessory motor, that's it. And that way I keep a little bit of sanity coaching more than one team so they use the same ports.
Now repeat ABCD, please.
A and D are the drive, whatever you're comfortable with. If you have more than one team, you just want to do it the same. I use A and D as drive, B for back, C for front. Front starts with a C in robotics. How complicated to build a robot? I'm letting the kids build the robots. Now there are umpty-ump tutorials. And you can see all kinds of examples on YouTube. You need to find that happy medium between the kids building a robot that won't work and the parents building a robot that works too well. And frankly, by the time the kids get to be 7th and 8th graders, as I discovered, parents can't keep up with them. Okay? If you let them build a robot in 5th and 6th grade, in 7th and 8th grade, they won't need any help. Okay? Now, for example, this particular robot, this is actually the one that was in that picture there that I showed at the beginning. You notice the brick is tilted. Why is it tilted, you ask me? Thank you. Glad you asked me that. My daughter, when she was in 5th and 6th grade, would bend over the robot and go like this. And so would the other girls, and they'd go like this. As you can see, that's not a problem I have. And I would say, well, you put your hair in a ponytail, wear a hairband, do something, in a loving tone of voice. And when they got to be little girls, or when they get to be 7th and 8th graders, they really didn't want somebody's dad telling them how to do their hair. So Hannah and Tori sat down one day and took the robot apart, and what are you doing? Don't worry, Dad. Okay. They put it on a tilt like this. So they can go like this. They can have their hair any way they want it, and they can, that's flippin' brilliant, okay? A real problem with a simple functional solution. The judges loved that, okay? And they knew I didn't think it up, okay? So that's why, now the only problem with this is it's harder than you might think to get, because you're putting an angle into something that's rectangular. And you've got to count the pieces. It can be, you'll do it and you'll think you got it, and then you'll look at it later and you'll see some of the pieces are bent or not connected right. It's harder than you might think to do this. But if you have a girls' team with long, or boys' team with long hair, I don't care. It's something to think about. Now, my thinking on whether I teach the basics, and then you kind of have to know what your kids are and what they're capable of. I have 4 teams now that are mostly rookies, okay? So the good news is they don't have any bad habits or anything I need to break. The bad news is I'm teaching 4 teams how to program the robot. Now they're smart kids, they're catching on fast. But we started out, move the robot and then make it back up to the same place. Okay, now make it turn. Okay, what we're going to get into next week is, all right, show me a line follower. There's a line on the table, follow it. Show me how you're going to do that. Or use the ultrasonic sensor. I want you to get so far from the wall, turn around, and come back. Or something like that. We don't have our field kits yet. We don't have our mission models, so we really can't coach to the mission models because we don't have them. So we're going to work on maybe get the robot to a particular place and then have an arm go like this as if it's lifting something or something like that. You just do it on the fly. We've already discussed doing a mission, one mission at a time, or doing them as a set. I prefer to do a set if you can because it's more efficient. If your kids can't, then they can't. Okay? I like to have no more than 5 kids on a team. I have found it's easier to coach, in this case this year, 4 teams with 4 kids on each team than it is to coach 2 teams with 8 kids on each team. Because if you have more than 4 or 5 kids, 2 of them are programming, 2 of them are putting the robot and the attachments together and you can rotate, and the other 4 are looking for something to get into. And they've wandered off, so you say, all right, take turns, and where did they go? They are kids, okay? I can't expect kids to focus on something that they're not doing. And I've been in a classroom often enough to know how difficult that is. That's why I would rather be coaching 4 teams, crazy as it is, 4 smaller teams than 2 larger teams, okay? Your decision, up to you. Some people have some of the kids researching something, or you kids work on the project while you kids are working on the robot game. There are different ways of doing it. That's something you need to figure out. Things that go wrong, pitfalls. Batteries. We use rechargeable batteries. I recommend maintaining a full charge as much as possible. Now we get 2 or 3 years out of a rechargeable battery before I finally just say the heck with it, get another one. What do they cost, $65 or something like that? Keep them as close to a full charge as possible, because even though they're degrading over time, for a 2.5 minute run, even an old battery at full charge will be relatively similar to a new battery at full charge, okay? If you use the AA's, I think it's 6 AA's or whatever it is, in here in place of the rechargeable battery, whatever you do, don't put in fresh batteries right before you start the tournament, okay? Because you'll be using your old batteries and they're wearing down, wearing down, wearing down, wearing down. You got your last practice before the tournament, and then you put fresh batteries in, and 100% power is up here, not here. Tables. Again, we discussed this a little bit. This is the only competition I've ever been involved in where the practice surface can be better than the tournament surface, okay? And I can't remember what that rule is, the tough luck rule. I have seen robots get stuck on a knot. I have seen robots run over a thing. A few years ago, there was one of the missions involved tossing a ball and bouncing the ball. There was a knot in the table under the mat. Nobody could see it, and the ball hit that thing and bounced this way. Tough luck. There's nothing you can do about it. You just learn to live with it. Again, we're dealing with children. Kids forget stuff. I forget stuff all the time. It seems to be getting worse. Kids forget stuff. Make sure, as the coach, you're supposed to have the parts from mission set 1. Do you have them? Where are they? Show them to me. Said in a loving tone of voice. You know, don't forget that. You forgot that last time. Don't forget it. If you're using the quick connect pins that I like to use, carry a couple of them in your pocket, or ask the kids, carry a couple of them in your pocket. If there are any parts that can be forgotten. Now, if it's something like this, you're probably not going to forget this, or you're probably not going to forget this, okay? But it would be easy enough to forget this. So we have 2 of them. Okay. Why not? Okay? So kids will forget stuff. Kids do get confused. Now, I know one of the young ladies, I shouldn't, but her first tournament, she was really nervous. okay? Some of these kids play team sports, some of them don't, some of them do different things, they're in the drama club or whatever, they're used to appearing before people. A lot of them aren't. This is going to be the first time these kids have ever been in a crowded room in these tournaments. If you've never been to one of these tournaments, they are loud, okay? And there's activity, and there's yelling and screaming and music and people jumping up and down. And again, Grandma's over there yelling, "Joey, look over here!" Well, little Joey's trying to set the robot down. "Grandma, don't bother me." Kids get confused. They are kids, okay? And the only way around that is to do a little practice and keep practicing and then practice some more. And by the time they get to be grizzled veterans at 8th grade or whenever, it won't be a problem, okay? Inconsistency, okay. This, I'm holding in my hand about $500 worth of toy, give or take, right? I don't know, a couple motors, about 500 bucks. It's a plastic toy, okay? It is not going to be consistent. These wheels, they are manufactured. We all know that something that's manufactured on an assembly line somewhere is pretty consistent. Okay, well maybe this one was in the sun for a while that we didn't know about it and this one wasn't. Or maybe one of the kids dropped this one and stepped on it, so now it has a bent. Who knows, okay? These are not going to be consistent. I have seen a robot go like this 3 times in a row, and then the 4th time it goes like this. It's a plastic toy, okay? Which is why you want to do things like utilize the walls as much as you can. Use the sensors as much as you can. And be patient, because it is going. Sometimes it just quits. I have seen that. A robot just quits. Right there, shuts off in the middle of a run. No reason, it just does. It's a plastic toy, okay? What I tell the kids, and this is how you deal with this is up to you, I go like this a lot. Tell the kids, if something goes wrong, nobody in the world's going to know it by looking at your face. If something goes wrong, analyze it, improvise a solution, overcome the problem. If we can't, bring it back and start over. Never panic. And it's easy for me as an adult to say this to kids. Kids will, it'll go wrong. They've worked so hard on it. I've seen kids break down in tears because something would, why did that happen? Why didn't it work? It worked yesterday. Beats me. And that's the answer. Don't panic. And when something goes right, yeah, we expected it. I said, if the robot falls apart into 1,000 pieces, act like you meant it to. Okay? Yeah, we've been practicing for this. Okay? It's a hard thing for kids, it's a hard thing for adults to learn. Hard thing for me to learn. Yes?
If you can use one bot in a competition, can you bring a backup bot that's built identically and throw it in and that one falls apart into a million pieces?
Fair question. Tournaments are set up, basically you've got pits over here and you've got a tournament over here. There's a door in between. When you walk through that door, you carry 1 brick, 4 motors, and sensors, they don't care. That's it. Okay? So if you want to have a backup, and I have seen this, if you want to have a backup brick out in the pits or keep one in your car, so something goes wrong, oh, the brick, smoke's coming out of it, who knows, lightning hit it, whatever. Go out to the car and get the backup, yes. But when you go through that door into the tournament, 1 brick, 4 motors, and that's it. Now, you can have spare motors. Okay. What you're going to find is, if you do stick with this, you're going to have a small fortune invested in those plastic storage things with the little drawers, whether it's Sterilite or something like that. I keep Target in business buying that stuff, okay? I have a drawer full of spare motors, I have a drawer full of spare cables, etc. Okay? But when you go through that door into the tournament, and frankly, you're really not going to need a spare. I guess you could have a spare brick, or you could take an extra robot. I can only think of the one time the robot quit. We would like to have had another one. It doesn't come up too much. You might need a spare motor. You might. In which case you swap it out. Usually the only thing you're ever going to end up changing out is batteries. Never been a problem. Any other questions? Anybody? Okay. Now, one more thing before I move on that you need to keep in mind when you're looking at missions. Some of them require a delicate touch. Like this one. This one you get so many points for doing this, but if you can get it to do that, you get a lot of points. Now it took me now yeah, I'm right-handed. It took me 3 tries with my left hand to get that. That's a lot of points. It starts out, I think it starts like this. This is relatively easy. It gets so many points. But if you can do that, you get a lot of points. That's hard to do. Okay? So some missions require a delicate touch. Others, you can clobber it. See, that's all you're going to get on that one. So all you really need to do on this one is get past the yellow beam and trip the blue beam, and the thing swings, presto, you're done. This one's tricky. This one is set up the wrong way. Okay. Elizabeth, where are you? This one, you need to be able to tip over. If you hit it too hard, all right, well, that one's set up wrong. This one, you need to be able, if you can pick this up and knock 3 of these over, and then you get so many points for doing that. You get a lot of points for putting it back. It's more complicated than that. That one takes a little, that one's hard, okay? So there are clobber missions, and then there are complex missions. And you have to decide. Now this one, all the kids wanted to do this one. It's really hard, okay? That one was easy. This one over here needed to be lifted. Okay, it looks fairly easy, doesn't it? But if you lifted it too hard, it snapped right back. Oh, that's 0 points. If you do this and then do that one and the table shakes, or one of the kids bumps into it, or one of the kids on this table bumps into it, and that goes back like that, the only thing that counts is at the end of the run. Too bad. Nice try, kid. You don't get any points. That's just the way it goes. It can be tough. Now, does everybody know how the tables are set up at a tournament? No. Okay, you see this table here? There's another one. See this double wall? Okay. This is actually not part of this table. This one here is part of this table. There's another table. You're sitting right in the middle of the table. Okay? And the start is over there on this one. It's over here on this one. This mission, and they have one of these at every tournament, this is a shared mission. Okay? So if your robot comes up to here, you get so many points. If you come up to here and park on these blue thingies, so these red flags come up, you get a lot of points. But the problem was, if the other team got up here first, then they got it. Unless you could come up here and push them out of the way. Then you got it. Kids love that idea of pushing them out of the way. They get that battle of the bots thing. The problem is getting a robot up here without falling off. It's harder than it looks. So you've got to decide when you're figuring out what your mission sets are going to be, which ones do we want to do? Do you want a clobber mission? Or do you want a delicate touch mission? Do you want to carry a bunch of stuff mission? Do you want a push mission? You got to figure it out. So,
Can I ask a question about batteries?
please.
So I've heard it a couple of times, don't put fresh batteries in the robot. But so what do? You just have batteries that are half you and you know that.
If, let's say you practice every Thursday afternoon, okay? The tournament's on a Saturday. 2 Thursdays before, put new batteries in, then just leave them there. So you're using the same batteries. If you put fresh batteries in, you're on full power. If you've been using batteries and wearing them out, then you put fresh batteries in, 100% power on the old batteries is here, 100% power on the new batteries is here. So if you're programming the robot to go at 50% speed, it's going to go a lot faster with new batteries. Yes, sir?
Can you talk a little bit about the motors being lined up? Like, say, for example, one's an old motor, one's a newer motor.
Okay. These are the drive motors. Let's see if there's a more air here. They're a little more visible here. These, Lego calls them large motors. And they're the drive motors. And they are driving out the side. Now the axle will go all the way through the fitting there, through the port. What happens with these, there's a bunch of little gears inside these motors. I've never taken one apart. I've seen pictures. And over time, those little nylon or whatever they are, those little gears wear out. Sometimes, as these motors age, one of them will slow down a little more than the other. Okay? If you're concerned that your robot is consistently turning to the left, switch the motors. Okay? If it's still turning to the left, the motors aren't the problem. If it's been consistently turning to the left and you switch the motors and it starts doing the same thing to the right, motors are your problem. What I would recommend you do is get on the line to, I think it's Lego Education US. The motors cost $28 or $30 or something like that each. Okay? Or learn how to use the gyro sensor, because the gyro sensor will correct. Or roll along the wall. Now, in fact, what we've done a couple times in the past, when rolling along the wall for a great distance, if the wall is on my right, I have the left motor programmed just a little bit more power than the right motor. So we're leaning into the wall. So if we bump into something, we're still going to bump into the wall. We're not going to push the wall over. Okay? But you don't want to veer off a little bit. Lean into it just a little bit. Now the accessory motors, medium motors, like this one, okay, you rarely have that problem with them because you're programming this to move a certain distance. And whether it does that at this speed or this speed really doesn't matter, because your attachment motors, accessory motors, or medium motors in Lego terminology, usually they're just being moved for a certain number of rotations rather than a distance. But drive motors do wear out. I have probably 6 of them, 6 spares. Now you notice what I do on these, I don't know if you can see it or not. We got these in 2019. I wrote the date on it, 2019. Somewhere over here, these are so old the date wore off. So if I have to replace them, I say, all right, if they're old enough that the date's worn off, maybe those are going to be the next ones replaced. But I tell the kids to use the gyro sensor. Learn how to use the gyro sensor, it's not a problem.
You can label things like that, label batteries and all that?
You can label stuff, you can write the dates on the batteries with a Sharpie. Lego's pretty particular about using stuff. Now, some of the teams will use rubber bands to hold things together. They have to be Lego rubber bands. If you're going to use Lego rubber bands, be prepared to explain to the judges, yes, these are Lego rubber bands. You can't just go to get the rubber bands that are wrapped around celery at the store and put them on, okay? Everything has to be a Lego part, but if you write a date on it, or maybe you want to write, such and such a team or something like that, nobody cares if you write on with a Sharpie. One final comment on tournaments, keep an eye on your stuff, okay? I have seen one theft problem in all these years, and that was in a car in a parking lot that had nothing to do with the robotics tournament. People won't steal stuff. Mostly us robotics people are nerds. We don't steal stuff. But people make mistakes. Grandma, and I keep picking on grandmothers, I don't mean to, is going to be there at the end of the tournament. She's going to be helping pack up. And she's going to say, well, this looks just like Johnny's. This must be Johnny's. And she'll put it in her box or the team box. And it isn't Johnny's. It's somebody else's. And she's not a thief. She made a mistake. Label everything and keep track of it. If you have a computer, keep track of it. If you have a robot, somebody will sit it down, and somebody else with the best of intentions might say, all right, this is in the way, let me move it over here. Okay? If you'll notice, when I go, I take power strips, plural, extension cords, plural, and I wrap tape around them in a particular way so I can recognize my stuff at a distance. It's not the end of the world if somebody steals one of my power strips or acquires one of my power strips. I will survive, okay? But I'd like to take back the stuff I brought with me. So label everything, wrap tape around, do whatever you need to do. Finally, I know we're getting close to lunch. Laura's going to be getting mad at me in a minute. Now, if you have a question, I am happy to answer your question if I can, okay? I am not a programming wizard. You're better off finding tutorials online to help you with programming. I can help you with some, like the question about motors. You know, try this, try that, and if that doesn't work, you know, that's as far as I go. I can't help you, I can't tell you how to solve a mission. I can't tell you what to do for a project. But if you have a, you know, a coach-to-coach question, I'm all ears, okay? So happy to hear from you. Every now and then I've even gone to other schools to demonstrate stuff, and I'm happy to do that too. Put some coffee on. Lots of coffee. Questions, anybody? Oh, yeah. Mark Pond, M-A-R-K-P-O-N-D. Oh, well, as I may have mentioned earlier, yes, I have three of my former students, including my daughter, are in school in that place in Tucson. So I get down there occasionally. Actually, I should send the three of them over. Your kids would probably listen to them more than they would to me. They would. Yeah, they would.
No, I mean,
Okay, anybody else? Okay. I think Laura's probably getting lunch set up over there. So I will wrap things up. Thank you, everybody.
Good? Nice. Hi, my name is Bethany Farmer. I'm here to talk to you guys about being an FLL coach. So I coached team 36548 during the 2017-2018 season, the Recycle Rush. Oh, wait, no. It was Hydrodynamics. Excuse me, getting my programs mixed up here. I'm here to talk to you guys about being a coach, what my experience was, and how I led my team. So I had a group of really nice young students who were just barely at the FLL age, as in they just turned the right age that season. We did have some trouble first starting up. We started, I think, only a few weeks out from our first competition, actually. So our process was probably a little bit more rushed than what you guys have gone through in the past and will go through, hopefully. We were a 4-H club, if any of you guys are familiar with 4-H. It's kind of like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. A lot of us have animal projects or leadership. But after hearing that I was in First Robotics, FRC, a lot of my kids were interested in the 4-H club and starting an FLL group, so that's how it started. As far as leading my kids went, I found a rubric online for what they were supposed to do at competition, especially for awards. And I sort of reverse engineered that into a curriculum that I taught them. And so every week that we would meet, we would check off one more thing on our curriculum in the hopes that by competition, they would be prepared. If after the presentation, any of you guys want to come up and see their binder, they made this binder for competition. We were pretty lucky and fortunate that year. They were awarded with, I believe, a rookie team award, and I was awarded with a coaching award. Honestly, they were the reason why. They were awesome kids. But let me get into how I introduced them to the first core values. So I want to drill into them the first core values and what FIRST was, because it was their first experience with it. And I'm sure, as all of you know, core values are one of the most important things in this program. So to start us off, I would have them memorize the FLL core values, and to make it a little bit more interactive, they would each take turns reading off the different core values. And we would practice that every week and every day that we would get together, along with their presentation skills. And again, going down that rubric that I had already made from the curriculum made from the rubric. I did not bring a copy with the rubric with me today. I apologize. But, yes? Say again? Sorry, I can't hear you. Okay. I guess I don't really need the mask on right now. Hi. Okay. Yeah, of course. Honestly, I could rattle on forever, but if you guys have questions, that would probably be more helpful. So if any of you have questions, please raise your hands. Sure. Mm-hmm. Sure. I had a few different exercises that I learned both through being a homeschool student, excuse me, and also from some other outreach events with children that I'd done in the past. So for the core values themselves, I always wanted to make sure that my kids exemplified them in their attitude and in their behavior. So I would always gently remind them of the core values, what it meant to be and become those core values. And if I can flip to the page, oops. They would each take turns reading it at the start of every meeting. And then all throughout our time together in each of their projects, I would try and just gently remind them of what those core values were. They were getting a little snippy, remind them of gracious professionalism and cooperation, even at the competition. Because at the end of the day, I wanted them to have a fun time, and I also wanted to make sure that everyone they were with had a fun time as well. As far as promoting teamwork, I also had little exercises for them to do, aside from just building the robot or researching how to code, because my kids honestly taught themselves how to code. Really lucky on that. I would set up little games for them to teach them about the basics of programming. So one game, I'll give a little demonstration. Sorry, I'm gonna step in the front for a minute. I would have one of them cover their eyes, and then I would put a little objective or like a little chips bag in the corner of the room, and they would each have to take turns saying one command of where to go, like 1 step forward, or turn to your right, 1 step forward. And eventually trying to weave through chairs and other obstacles, they would then get that team member to the objective. And we did that for a couple of the sessions until they were a little more comfortable, and that was sort of my intro to programming for them. In regards to actual building, I was the mechanical design lead on my FRC team, so I was pretty comfortable with coming up with drafts and researching different designs. So to start things off, I taught them how to research. So I brought a laptop for them during our first mechanical design and first robot build day, and I just had them go on Google, taught them how to use the search parameters or the little search engine, and find what they needed to find. And they used that for inspiration. If I can find the page for their robot designs. And they have their schematics here. This is sort of what they would use to build their robot before they actually, or the prototype, if you will, before they started prototyping. And the last thing that I will mention was really important, because I'm sure all of you know kids can get into disagreements really easily. Arguing can happen, feelings can get hurt. I wanted to make sure that their communication skills were good, not only for when they were at competition, but even while building, because I wanted all of them to have fun. So for that, if ever they were in a discussion or they had a disagreement about the design or someone thought their design was better than the others, I would have them all sit down in a little circle, if I can. I think there's a picture in here of that. But I would have them sit down in a circle and quietly talk amongst themselves and decide what they want to do moving forward. And when they were ready and when they had all come to a consensus, then they could proceed as a team to whatever design or whatever they wanted to do. So that way it avoided arguments and everyone felt like they were being heard. So I will leave it up to you guys for more questions. Okay. Let's see. As far as more of the fun stuff goes, one thing that can definitely help your presence as a team at competition, and one thing that my kids are super excited about, was swag and getting our image as a team cohesive. So our 4-H group was the Phoenix Zoo crew. We were based at the Phoenix Zoo, and we oftentimes did animal-based projects or things to help the zookeepers, that kind of stuff. So they really wanted their image at competition to be based and centered around animals. So actually, I don't have a picture of it. If anyone wants to see after, it's on my phone, let me know. But at competition, they had little costumes they would wear. So along with their green 4-H shirts, which is always worn at a 4-H meeting, I made them paper headbands, and eco-friendly paper headbands, so tape-free. Just to walk you guys through what they are, I essentially made a little drawing in a vector-based drawing program of each of the animals that were their favorite animals that they wanted to wear at competition. Got some, do you guys know those brown paper shopping bags that you can get at a Trader Joe's? Yes, those, you just cut some strips out of those, you can fold them over onto itself, and if you make a little slit, you can insert the paper designs on top of them, and you have yourself a little eco-friendly tape-free headband. And that is what they wore to competition. They refused to take them off even afterwards during pictures, so that was very fun, and they enjoyed it a lot. I know other teams oftentimes do buttons, or they have little giveaways of things they make, like stickers. I think if that's something you're interested in to sort of elevate the image of your team, that's also good as well. So do any of you guys have any other questions? Well, I think that's pretty much it for me. If any of you guys have questions or want to talk afterwards, either about FLL or any of the other FIRST programs, feel free to come say hi.
So I'm going to be here just talking to you about the process, and if you have any questions, please interrupt me, ask the questions, and I'm happy to answer them for you. I think I'll hold on to it. So this last season was a pretty challenging season for all of us, but I have to say, seeing all the coaches here today, you guys are really inspiring me. I'm excited that all of you are coming back this season. I know we had a smaller season last year, so really excited to see everyone back this year. You guys inspire me because you are the ones who are going to help your kids and your teams do really, really well. And last year, with all the challenges, I have to say that I was really impressed with what the kids were able to do. It was really, really inspiring to see that. So I'm going to kind of walk through the process, and it did change last season. How many coaches had teams that participated last season in a qualifier tournament or state tournament? So not very many. So the process for judging has changed. We piloted it last year. It went actually really, really well. So it will be the same process that we use this year. You're only going to have to remember one interview time for your teams now. They're going to participate in all judging sessions in one session. So what's going to happen is they're going to come into the room. They're going to be welcomed by the judges. The judges will introduce themselves, give them some time to set up for their project presentation. So the very first thing that they will talk about is their innovation project. Okay? It's a 5-minute presentation. That part hasn't changed. And that time frame is really important because if they exceed that time frame, some judges will cut them off, but also we don't get as much information from them as possible. So make sure that your teams are practicing their presentation so that it can fit within that 5 minutes. And then we'll go into the Q&A. Same thing with robot design. After we finish the innovation project, we'll go right into robot design presentation. Some teams will have a presentation, and that's great. Some teams won't. And if you don't have a presentation, we will go right into questions and answers, right? So that's not a problem. Then we will go into core values. So the change for core values is we will not have a core values activity. So core values, and I heard this question earlier, core values is now assessed throughout the whole judging process. So within that 30 minutes, we are evaluating their core values. So that's why we only have 3 minutes devoted to core values. That's just for us to ask some follow-up questions on some things that we didn't see, okay? And then this is a really cool piece of the new process and that my new judges were actually getting used to, but I think they really like this piece, is the feedback portion. So what I hear from coaches a lot is that teams go into the room, they come out, and we ask, how did it go? The teams go, oh, it was okay. But it doesn't really give you, as coaches, any feedback on how well they really did. So we are giving them verbal feedback, not just on the rubrics, right? You're still going to get your rubrics back with feedback, but now we're going to give you some verbal feedback as well. Questions on that whole process?
A question on the core value when it says reflection, and that is not for our students to reflect on their core values. This is the reflection from the judges?
Correct.
That's the question.
Correct. Other questions on the process? 30 minutes seems like a long time, but I will tell you that 30 minutes passes so quickly. And when I talk about time being really important,
yeah, I was just going to key off that. So since time is so important here, this is a really soft skill you need to develop in your students is brevity. Just being able to say the most things with the least amount of words. And that's a skill that they will need in any kind of interview, in the workplace, in an interview for a college scholarship or something. Being able to say the most in the least amount of
just, I would say, just add on to that, I would just be careful, because I know that some teams that I judged last year, there's a lot of information you want to give to the judges. One of the ways to give that information is not to talk faster. If you talk fast, we can't really hear and understand everything you're trying to give to us, right? So just make sure that if you have to have visuals or something that's going to help you in that process, maybe that's something that your kids want to do. I know in the past, kids have put together poster boards and things like that. So anything that's going to give the judges information that maybe we can visually see, as well as them talking to it. So these are just some key reminders that you as coaches need to remember, is that for teams, although you can participate in more than one qualifier event, and that's fine, but your team will only be eligible for awards and advancement at their first qualifier. Okay, so it's just a reminder. The other thing is that your teams must participate in all 4 areas in order to be eligible for awards, so keep that in mind. Teams need to be between 2 and 10. I have had teams come into the judging room and they have 11 or 12 kids. So if you do that, then you're really disqualifying the team from any awards. So please make sure that you have a maximum of 10 team members. And then we'll talk a little bit more about core values, but core values is not just the team. Even though in that 30 minutes we are evaluating their core values, it extends beyond that, right? As soon as your team, which includes coaches, parents, everybody who steps onto that site, we are evaluating your core values. We, meaning we get feedback from referees, from other volunteers in the tournament. So we, as a whole, we will get that feedback. So it's important that everybody is actually keeping in mind good core values. Okay. So here is the project prompt. So Charlotte did a fantastic job at telling you how to actually come up with a really good project for your judging process. I mean, she was really hitting on all the points that I would hit on. For this season, this is the project prompt. So it is all about the transportation of goods, right? And these are the questions that your team need to think about. How do you improve the transportation of products? Identify a specific problem within this theme, and then create or improve a piece of equipment, technology, or method of transportation to solve the specific problem. So please have your team go back to this prompt when they're trying to come up with their problem statement. So what happened last season, and I was lucky enough to participate in over like 20 judging sessions with different tournaments, so it was really fabulous for me because I was able to see tournaments outside of Arizona, and I typically wouldn't be able to do that. So I was able to judge all kinds of teams, and it was really fabulous. But one of the things that I saw is that some of the teams didn't really go back to the prompt, and so they came up with a solution that did not have technology. And last year's prompt talked about technology, right? We're a STEM organization, so technology is important. So please remember to have your team refer to this prompt because it's very, very important. The other thing that I will mention as well, and Charlotte mentioned this about your problem statement, that problem statement is really important as well. So last season, it was about getting people to move. So sometimes when the team came into the room and they would talk about their project, they didn't really actually give us a problem statement. So one of the things that we would ask as a judge is, so what was your problem? What were you trying to solve for? And they would say, getting people to move. So that is the overarching theme, which is huge, but what is the specific problem within that huge theme are you actually focusing on, right? So some teams did not clearly articulate that. So just remember, this is your theme, this is not your problem statement. Your teams need to come up with that problem statement specific within this theme. Make sense? Oops. So just briefly, this is the rubric. It is different from last season. A couple of things that I kind of wanted to point out is that when you look at the rubric, this is so important for you to use as a guide because we will use this from a judging perspective. The first section is to identify, and this is about the problem itself. So the second section is about the research. So it's the research on the problem. So some of the teams that I saw last season talked about research. It was all the research on the solution. So remember what Charlotte mentioned. It's very easy for teams to go from here's the problem theme and go right to, hey, this is this is my solution. And they didn't even think about what the problem is. So teams would come in and they would talk about all the research they did on the solution, and they just bypassed everything about the problem. So that's something that I want you to keep in mind. We're looking for the research on the problem and then identifying which problem are they actually going to focus on. The other thing that I noticed from teams is that they do a great job on all of the pieces in designing and developing, but then they don't share their solution, right? So the whole idea about sharing is if you come up with this great product or process improvement, but you don't share it with anybody, then what really good is it, right? You're not benefiting anybody. So the sharing piece is really critical, and I know in some tournaments, they will disqualify a team if they don't share, because it is a critical piece. So sharing can be as broad as other experts in the field, actually having a solution that you actually implemented, or it could be as simple as we shared it with our friends and family, our school, right? So it could be any of those things. The other piece that we forget about is we shared, that's great. Did you get feedback from them? So that's important. You shared your solution, you need to get feedback, and what that feedback will say is, how can I improve this so that it meets your needs, right? And then the team needs to go through and talk about and make those improvements, because that's part of the whole process, right? The thing to remember here is that the engineering design process applies to both the robot and the innovation project. We're looking for that process. It's not necessarily, this is a great product. Wow, this is great, although we're looking for that. We are really evaluating on the process that the team took to get there. So when Charlotte mentioned about documenting, that is so important. So if you are having your team log on a regular basis from the beginning of their season to the end of their season, everything that they did, they talked about, their ideas they talked about, the mistakes that happened, and they had to go back and redo something, we as judges want to hear about that. We want to hear about, because we know that nothing is perfect and we came up with a solution and then we got to the end, we had no issues, right? One of the questions we will always ask, so what are the problems that came up during the season? What are some of the issues that you were faced with? How did you overcome those? So we want to hear about that, because then that tells us there was a learning journey involved for the team. And there always is, right? They're always going to learn something. But we don't understand that journey unless you tell us. And by the time they get to the end of the season, if they haven't logged it, they're not going to remember. But, it's happened 2 months ago, they're not going to remember. So that kind of stuff is really important for the judges to hear. And then the communication. So they could come in and they could do a really, really fun skit, that's fine. If they want to just present to the judges, that's fine as well. So they don't get extra credit, or they don't get, dinged because they don't do one or the other. So both are fine. They just have to be able to articulate what their problem is, how they designed it, how they solved for it, how they shared it. All of those pieces are important. And one of the things that a couple of coaches have mentioned If the judges don't have any questions, then they did a really good job. And I have been in those sessions where at the end of the presentation, 5 minutes is very short, but I have had teams, they hit every single piece, and all I can do is say, wow, that is just great. I have no questions. If you can get that to happen in your judging process, then you know you've done a really good job. Because we are asking questions specific to the rubric so we can evaluate you. And remember, we can only evaluate the team based on what we hear in that session. So I've seen teams at a qualifier, and then I'll see teams again at state. So I know what they're capable of, but they don't say it at state. I can't evaluate it, right? I can't remember, oh yeah, they said that they did this. They didn't mention it again. I can't evaluate them on something I heard before. They have to talk about it in the session that we are evaluating. So that may be some of the reasons why some folks will get back rubrics and they don't understand why the ratings are different, because we're judging based on what we heard in that session. Robot design, I'm going to cover this just real high level. We're going to talk a little bit more about this when we get to Mike Carlson's workshop, but robot design, it's all about the design process. Okay, a little bit of a difference from prior years. So the kids are so excited to show us their robot, and we love to see their robots. The judges love to see the robot. However, if they come in and talk about their robot, I got a color sensor, I got this, I got this, I got this, and it could do 50 million, missions. That's great, but if you take 5 minutes to just talk about how cool your robot is and how many wheels it has and all that stuff, you haven't talked about any of the process. And what we need to hear is the process. We need to hear about what is your strategy. A lot of teams don't talk about this. So it's important for them to talk about this up front. What was their strategy? Why did they pick the missions that they picked? Why did they choose to do this mission first, that mission last? What was their whole strategy? I mean, you start off the whole season with that. So when they go through that conversation, make sure they're documenting it, because that is their strategy. The other thing is that it's about the process, which we talked about for innovation projects. So the same thing, right? We want to hear about the iterative process, improvements that are made. We want to see pictures of it if you have it, right? Some of the great teams will actually show us, this is what this attachment looked like when we started. Didn't really work, and they'll talk about why it didn't work or what were the things that made them change it, and they'll show the second version, they'll show the third version, right? We like to see that. If they don't have pictures of it, we like to hear about it, right? What are the changes that you made through the season? Because I know you didn't come up with an attachment and it was perfect the first time. We know that. So help us as judges to understand that, right? We don't want to assume anything, and we can't assume anything. So we want to see all of the journey that the team took through the season. So please make sure to emphasize process when it comes to robot design, because I have had teams come in and talk 5 minutes on their robot and answered none of our questions. The difference now is that the robot game is incorporated into the whole score, which is why robot design is really focused on the design piece, right? How well your robot runs, how well it does in the game is captured in the robot performance piece. Okay. Oh, battery is low. Is it not plugged in?
Let's put it in this one. There we go. For some reason that port is not working.
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about core values, because this is the area that changed a lot, right? There is no core value activity. Teams don't have to put together a core values poster. So all of these things are important. The one area I will say that we don't get a lot of information on sometimes, and we do have to ask the question, is how they actually shared their FLL experience or what they're doing in FLL with others in their community. So here's where the community kind of service comes in, right? How did you share that with the community? So that would be something that I would emphasize. New this season is gracious professionalism. So gracious professionalism means that the referees at the game table are now watching how the team is interacting with each other, how they're working together, or if they're not working together. And the referees are rating them on gracious professionalism, which gets fed into the judging process and will get added to their core values scores. So we have incorporated gracious professionalism now, right? So that the referees are getting that information real time at the table. So if you have 3 robot runs, they are scoring you on gracious professionalism for each of those runs. Okay? So I'm excited about that, so we can incorporate that back in.
Does that score show up on the table score, or does that show up someplace else?
I believe it's going to show up on, you know what, I don't even want to guess. Let me come back and answer that for you. Okay, so these are just my last minute tips, right? Just make sure you look at those rubrics. The rubrics were tweaked from last season, so make sure you download the new rubrics when they are published next week. I think it's a lot more clearer, so should be more helpful. We do want to make sure that all team members are involved. However, if you have one person who's not involved or who's shy, we typically don't, rate you poorly on that. But typically, if we can't get a lot of the team members to participate, then it just kind of makes us wonder if they actually were involved in the whole process. So that piece is important. Just reiterating the good time management. And then documentation. So documentation is really important, and it is a plus. It's something that will give you, for the most part, extra credit, right? So some of the really strong teams that I saw last year had engineering notebooks that they actually submitted to us. So, I mean, I was blown away by one team in California. They submitted a 200-page engineering notebook, and I never saw that before at an FLL level. So documentation is important because we like to see what the journey looks like, right? And if you can submit that, that's great. The judges will take a look at that and we'll take that into consideration as well. So that piece is really, really important. And then I just want everyone to have fun. I want it to be a really, really fun season for everyone. I'm excited that we're going to have in-person tournaments. Hopefully we could continue to go through that. Hopefully we don't have to revert to virtual because I'm excited to see the kids again. Any questions? I know we're almost to the end.
When you say submit an engineering notebook, are you talking about during that half-hour judging, the one judging piece?
So different tournaments may do them differently. I know at state, what I'm going to require is if the team has an engineering notebook, they submit it at the time they come into the tournament. So then it goes to the judges right away, so they have a chance to look at it. But a qualifier may have you bring it into the room, and that's fine. But
and you said no core values poster this year?
Correct.
But when you say share pictures of the robot design and the exchange, would you maybe recommend a poster for that as well as the poster for the project? Or just have the pieces?
So it could be a poster board, it could be whatever the presentation is that they give, right? I don't know if they're going to give like a PowerPoint presentation or if they're going to use a board, whatever that is. If they're able to show iterations, that's great.
And my last question, how many judges are going to be in the room when the students come in?
That's a good question. So there will typically be 3 judges, one for each area, robot, project, and core values. However, at some tournaments you may see 2 judges, but we can't go below 2 judges.
There's a link to this site
What I would tell you is to look at, there is something in the reference materials called the engineering notebook. I would open that up because it's really, when I opened it up, it has the project prompt in there, and it actually has suggestions on how you can actually talk about it with your team. So I would definitely open up that engineering notebook. It has some really, really good starter ideas for you.
Can you share this PowerPoint with us or make it available for us?
Absolutely. Other questions? All right. Good luck. Have a great season. I'm excited.
Let's see if this works. Perfect. So if everybody, we don't have enough spike primes for everyone, and you don't necessarily have to have the build that Laura has right there that she's walking around with, but we do have a bunch of spike primes that are over on this table over here, and maybe if we can do like one per table, and you guys can kind of team up with the people who are at your table. But it would help if you have your own like spike prime on your table, and if you have at least one device that has the spike prime app. And if you have none of it and you just want to listen and watch, that's fine too. It's just a little more exciting when you do the hands-on approach. Okay, let's see if everybody has a spike prime at their table, or if not, maybe you want to move to someone who has a spike prime. The spike prime that we had ASU students build for you guys today is it's on the spike prime app. It does require you to have both the core set and the expansion set. But they have a whole unit on the Spike app called Competition Ready, and it's designed hand in hand with FIRST so that you can actually just have the building instructions to build a robot that can go right onto the table and that works. So I'm kind of looking around. I think most of us have at least a robot. Most of us at least have the Spike Prime app. And I think we have a couple tablets too. It's on Lego Education's website. I just Google Spike Prime download. Oops. If anybody needs a computer, I have a computer since I'm borrowing somebody else's. We're like trading devices today. All right, a couple more things. So in order to connect the device, if you haven't figured it out, there is a Bluetooth button on the Spike Prime. If you just hold that down until the blue light is flashing, and then on the Spike Prime app, when you click on the device, it will say connect, and then you might need to say connect via Bluetooth. Oh, like there you go, I just disconnected it. I did that on purpose. So you hit connect via cable or connect via Bluetooth, and if you do Bluetooth, and then sometimes it takes a minute, and then you can connect it. Sorry, I have like the most tech-intensive speech today. Okay, I think we're good. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Again, I know there's a whole bunch of tech issues that are probably happening. Maybe some of my Catholic master builders can kind of go around and help if anybody's having connection issues. This is exactly what happened in my classroom when everybody's trying to connect via Bluetooth and the robots aren't named. A lot of them were named like toy. In my classroom, we ended up naming all of them after food products. So I have like Takis and Cheetos here today. That seems to be the easiest way until your middle schoolers go ahead and change the name on them. But if you can try to keep that consistent. But you can see mine keeps disconnecting anyways. So the cable can be your friend sometimes if the Bluetooth is not working. But we'll figure all that tech stuff out. If you're a rookie coach, this is part of it. There's always going to be tech issues, and hopefully you weed all of these out before your first tournament. Does anybody need another, does any table not have a robot? Would any table like an extra robot? Sure, come and get it. I'm tethered to my station by my mic, so. All right, everybody. Well, my name's Tim Knorr. It feels weird to say it. I switched positions this year. Virtual learning kind of did me in. So I switched over. I'm now an art teacher at my school. It's a K-8 school in Central Phoenix. I was doing coding and robotics for a couple years. I've taught 3rd grade, 6th grade. I just keep switching everything I do. The consistent thing is I'm always coaching First Lego League. I also coach volleyball at the same time. So it's pretty chaotic and crazy in my life during the fall, but super fun. I love it. And we always sort of have a new team of students every year when we do it. So we're always trying to recruit. I usually start around 6th grade. They seem to be the most engaged. And then if they stay through 8th grade, it's awesome. But we have a lot of turnover at our school and a lot of turnover in the program. So I feel like I'm starting fresh every year, which is okay because as a coach, you're basically handing the reins over to your students for them to do whatever you want. Another thing that I do in my summer job is working with Laura doing summer camps. This year we had virtual summer camps, and we actually mailed 20 Spike Primes out across the United States and did a virtual Spike Prime camp this summer, and it went pretty well. So I'm feeling pretty confident about this, but I am by no means an expert. I'm sure the Catholic Master Builders back there know a lot more about Spike Prime coding than I do. But what I am good at is teaching the basics, so hopefully this will be good for you guys. All right, so our goal kind of for today is to go over the basic overview of the Spike Prime. I don't know, raise your hand out there if you've never used the Spike Prime or barely used one. So it's a lot of us. We purchased Spike Primes at my school as soon as they got released, and we didn't open them for about a year because we went virtual and it was really hard. So I just started working with Spike Primes a couple months ago and did some crash courses before my summer camp. So if you've worked with EV3s before, there's a lot that carries over. A lot of the basic concepts carry over. It's just the whole block-based coding is a lot different than the old EV3 environment. So in the Spike Prime app, I'm going to kind of like try to navigate between these two things on this computer. Let's see. Sure.
When you say app, is that the same thing that I put on my
That is the one awesome thing. Yep.
Like Apple didn't let me do it.
So if you have a tablet, I don't know about an iPhone. So the old EV3s, you had LabVIEW for your computers, and then the tablet version was like a real scaled down version. You couldn't do variables, you couldn't do math, you couldn't do anything like that. The nice thing about Spike Primes, the app is exactly the same on the computer as it is on a tablet, and you can actually take what you make on a tablet and send it over to the computer and vice versa, and it's exactly the same. It's not, if your kids are using tablets like we had, you can now do variables, which is nice. Maybe not on the iPhone. But at least I have my iPad over there, and I usually am using that one to do a lot of the programming. Okay, so I don't know, I'll just connect this with a cable here in a second. So when you guys open up the Spike Prime app for the first time, LEGO Education did a great job of kind of integrating not only the programming layout that you're going to need, there's also a whole bunch of embedded lessons that are ready to go, that have building instructions, that have objectives, that have pictures, that have hints, everything that you need. It's super helpful because if you're a rookie coach, if you have rookie students, you can set them up with some of these units, which they're not downloaded on this computer, but it starts everything from just like 2 motors spinning or just using the color sensor, and then it just progresses and gets more and more complex. And there's even in all of the different units challenges where the solution's not even given. So some of them, it will walk the students up to a certain point, and then they have to figure out the rest on their own. So if you are a rookie coach, this is a great place to start. Maybe the first couple meetings, instead of diving in with a giant robot like this, you can sort of progress through some of the lessons that LEGO Education has already provided. And then it sort of teaches the fundamentals as you're going. So all of these unit plans are right there. There's also teacher guides on LEGO Education's website that has everything you could possibly need to be successful in delivering those lessons. There's also other building instructions that are on here. So there's other models. Some of them are part of the units and some are not. But there's just a lot of resources on the app. And everything that you see on the computer is the same as the tablet. I know I keep saying that, but that's exciting, especially if your students have tablets. Okay, so when you get on the home for the app, if you just start a new project, you also have the option to either do block-based coding, or you can jump right into working with Python. We're not going to do any Python today, but it's super helpful. And when you're doing Python, there's an entire library that pops up right next to it that has almost every command and examples that go right alongside. So it's super easy. If students are like, I'm going to do Python, and you're like, what? They can almost walk themselves through it if they have a basic understanding of text-based programming. So I'm going to do a word block. When it pops up, if anybody's ever used MIT's Scratch before, you're golden. It's the same thing. The whole layout is basically Scratch. So you have over on the side all the different libraries. They're all color-coded so that they're easier to find. Everything from running individual motors to driving, the light sensors, sound. You have your events, which is very similar to Scratch, where you can do on start or a different event that triggers it, like if it sees a color or if you press a button. All the way down, the sensors are the same, the operators are the same. So it's very similar to Scratch. So the capabilities of the Spike Prime, it's a lot more intuitive than the old LabVIEW with the EV3s. And it's a little more condensed when you're doing some of those more advanced things with variables, which the variables, it's really easy now. You just create a variable, and as soon as you create one, like, I don't know, maybe like repetition. Oh, I'm not even typing. So maybe you're counting like the number of times it's repeating something. It pops up right here, and as the program's running, you can just watch it do its thing. So if you're into variables, it's super handy, super easy to do. I don't think we'll have enough time to get into it, but I can always answer questions about that if we get there. You also have my blocks, and then this one's all the way down at the very bottom. There's a little block, and it has a plus next to it, and these are all the extensions that pop up. Unfortunately, I don't think the weather one connects. There's like a cloud-based project where it's importing live weather data, but I don't think that's up yet. I always use more movement and more motors and more sensors. I always have those checked just because there's individual blocks within those that can be very useful. So if you're ever doing a project or a student's like, hey, I saw this YouTube video, where's this block? It's in the extensions. All right, so kind of jumping in, everything that you program is going to happen on this workspace right here. So if I kind of want my robot to move forward, I'm going to just drag and drop everything. And if you've never used Scratch before, the way that it works, like let's play the cat meow like that, everything executes from the top down. And everything executes block by block. So unless the block is taking like an input or a sensor reading, it's going to do the entire block before it moves down to the next one. So it's just important that you just understand it's just moving in a vertical direction. So top to bottom. And so, if you hit play over here, which my robot's not connected anymore, but it would drive, it would stop, the cat would meow, and our play button and our stop button are down at the bottom. You also have the little 0 down at the bottom of the app, and this is where you are going to keep all of your programs. So the old EV3, right, you had to kind of navigate by pressing the buttons, finding the program. The program had a name. You named all your programs. Now everything is put in by number, and it pops up on your hub by number starting with 0. So now when the kids are doing their runs, if you have multiple programs, you're just navigating on the brick over to program 0 or program number 1, or you could draw a heart, like the heart pops up, or you could have a different little design for each program that you're going to run. And so you set those down here at the bottom. Okay, let me see if I can just plug this in. All right, so jump back over here to the presentation.
And I think they're all going to be connecting with Bluetooth. So how do you guys have it?
Yeah, so if we're having trouble connecting with Bluetooth, I think there was a couple of the hardwire cables. But yeah, you hold down the Bluetooth button until it starts flashing and then hit connect. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to show you with the Spike Prime app, once you have your robot connected, let me hit connect via cable here. Insert cable to the hub. Yeah, sometimes the hubs, the first time you plug them in, are going to say they need to update. Okay, let's see, Cheetos, connect. Okay, here we go. The last thing I wanted to show you with the Spike Prime app right here is up at the top. As soon as you plug it in, you kind of get the old, what EV3 had as the port view, and that just pops up right here on the canvas up at the top. So it tells you the position of each motor in degrees, and then it gives you all of the different sensors. So when I plug in, this is what we call the advanced driving base. It's got 2 color sensors and 4 motors. So it's telling me the position of each one. And then currently it's telling me that it's seeing no color at all through the color sensors, but if I click on the hub, I can change the reading of the sensor. So instead of color, if I wanted reflective percentage, I could change those too. And then as soon as you change them on that dashboard and go back over, now your canvas is showing whatever that sensor input is going to be. And so we'll talk about those and the different inputs that you'll have, and then we can see up here on Canvas how to get that. I'll show you again. Repetition is always the key. Okay, so we talked about using the Spike Prime app. I'll give this presentation to Laura so she can send it out to everybody who got an email from her. Totally happy to share all of my resources with you guys. On here, there's just a couple apps that I listed. These are ones that are really good for FLL teams. Some of them are better than others when you go through the units. Some of them are more in tune with what an FLL team is going to need to know how to do. So those were just some recommendations that I had. And then the Spike Prime kit comes with the 1 large motor, the 2 medium motors, the hub, which has the gyro sensor embedded into it. Not only a gyro sensor, but an accelerometer as well, which is handy. You have the distance sensor, the color sensor, and there's no longer a touch sensor. It's been replaced with what they're calling the force sensor. And it's because it not only just measures whether or not it's touched, but it actually measures the amount of force that you're pushing on it in newtons, which is nice.
When you say the word hub,
yes.
Is that like our old brick?
It's the old brick, yep. That's now called the hub. Sorry, there's Lego moved in the direction, so all of the motors that go with the Spike Prime are the same that go with the WeDo 2.0. It's all the same connections, and yeah, they just call them the hub now. But yes, it's the old brick. So when I say hub, I mean brick. Thank you.
Tim, I have a question
Sure.
for someone who's watching on YouTube.
Sounds good.
They said, what programming would we use if we're going to need to stay with our EV3 for this year's competition?
So if you guys are still using EV3s and not the Spike Prime, then you would stick with the EV3 program. So you'd stick with LabVIEW on that one. Okay, so the advanced driving base that we passed out does use both the core set and the expansion set as well. So if you're looking at this, you think it's awesome, you want your kids to build it, and all you have is the yellow box, you also need the expansion set as well. You can't use 2 boxes. The expansion set comes with another color sensor, which you could get from another box, but it also has larger wheels. So if you competed in last year's Playmakers, those had those big blue wheels, but the core set does not. It has the smaller blue wheels. So you could potentially build this if you competed in last year's FLL season and used all the resources from that. So there is a difference in wheels, and there's a different circumference for them, and that's going to come into play when we're programming these things to drive forward. So just know that if you have the smaller wheels, your circumference is 17.5 centimeters, which is by default what the app will bring out. And then the larger ones that we have are 27.6 centimeters. And unlike the EV3s well, you could do it in the EV3s, it just took a little intuition to do. But on these, there's actually a block that you bring out and you say, set one wheel rotation to, you give it the distance, and now it knows that one rotation is equal to that distance. All right, so I'm going to go real quick just over the different sensors. So force sensors read an input in newtons, so the amount of force that you're pushing on it. It also has a hard press and a press. The hard press is if it's being pressed over 60%, and a press is just any touch at all. I don't know all the situations that those would come into play, but you have a lot more options now with what used to be the touch sensor. You also have the on release as well. So if it hits something, it doesn't do anything, but as soon as it backs up, then it might do something. The color sensor, they've added a couple colors. So the Spike Prime kit uses magenta. There's like a new color scheme going on with the Spike Primes, and so those colors are represented up here as well. You have the numbers correspond, so when you're programming, it will be like, if color equals 3, so it's helpful to know what the different colors are. You guys can download a chart, and I'll show you where you can find a whole bunch of resources to find all the numbers and things like that. So color sensor can either detect individual colors, or my recommendation is to use percentage of light reflected, and that's just because in this room with natural lighting coming in, black might be black. In a room where you only have incandescent bulbs, black might not be black anymore. So it's a little bit easier if you're programming with the color sensor to use percentage of light reflected rather than find individual colors. And then the distance sensor is basically the same, still uses ultrasonic technology and can find anything from 5 centimeters out to 200 centimeters. All right, going quick. And then the gyro sensor has both the capability of seeing pitch, roll, and yaw, just like the old EV3 gyro sensor, but there's also an accelerometer in there. So it can detect if it's being shaken, if it's being tapped on, or if you drop it, which is almost the same as picking up. So if you pick it up, it sets off the accelerometer. So there's more capabilities, and that's all on the hub. It's not an extra sensor anymore, which is really nice because then you don't have to worry about that extra port. All right, we're going to get into the fun stuff. We're going to actually program our robots to drive. So with our advanced driving base, the motors should be, ASU students put these together, so I have faith, but the motors should be that are going to drive it on port A and on port E. And so it should kind of correspond to what I'm showing up here, where the left motor is A and the right motor is port E. And that will come into play as soon as we are programming them. So I'll make this a little bit bigger so that we can see. So good practice when you're programming Spike Primes is to sort of initialize your setup. So you're going to tell the hub what motors are we using, what speed we want them to start at, and then this is where you set the motor rotation. So this is initializing your setup so that it knows that when it's driving forward, when we say drive straight, it's only going to program motors A and E, and they're going to start out at 50% speed. The nice thing about the whole movement part is we just have these arrows and we just say, hey, drive straight. And it, for the most part, is pretty accurate on driving straight. There's some ways that I can show using the gyro sensor where we can like really ensure that it will drive straight, but for the most part, it's a little more accurate, I found, than the old EV3s, and maybe that's just because both motors were new. I know Mark was talking about how if you have like two different aged motors, it will kind of veer off to one side. So hopefully with the Spike Prime, it's a little more accurate. So we have forward and reverse driving, and then we also have tank turns on this. So tank turns is where the center rotation is in the middle. You basically have one wheel moving forward and one wheel moving backwards, and it spins in place. And then arc turns are where are a pivot turn. Some people call them pivots. I like arc. It's the same thing. Basically, it's moving, but the center of rotation is no longer in the center of the driving base. It's now either on the inner wheel or even further out from the robot in which it's pivoting around that point. Okay, so we're going to do a couple things. The first is we're going to just get our robots driving straight. Be careful on the tables. You watch the robot. Always have somebody that can be there to catch it in case it falls. And I'm going to show right up here on the Spike Prime app how to program it to drive straight, and I'll also put another program about turning. So we're going to spend a couple minutes just playing around with it, getting them to go and move, and I'm going to walk around and sort of help everybody get that. So I'm just going to throw this program up here, and if you want to copy it, awesome. If you want to go for it on your own, awesome. So we're going to set movement. Okay, so when you're initially, sorry, let me zoom way in on this so you guys can really see. Now, my set motors, just a heads up, is backwards, and that's because I can't get my robot to connect to the laptop right now, so when I'm like, hey, what motors to choose, it doesn't know which motors to choose. But yours should say A plus E. You want to set movement speed to 50%, set one motor rotation to 27.6, and then when you're having it move forward, you can just say move forward 4, and then you can do centimeters, 10 centimeters, but you can also change your units from centimeters to rotations, and then you could say I want you to go forward for 2 rotations. So I'm going to leave this up here. I'm going to just kind of wander around, see if you guys can get it all driving forward and backwards and connected, and we'll see where we're at. All right, so I know everybody's in like a different spot, and it would have been nice to have like all the robots had been numbered or named or something beforehand. I feel like I'm in my middle school classroom again, and especially like the technical difficulty. Like I can't even get my robot to connect to this one. But I just wanted to kind of show a few more things, and then you guys can keep playing. And then if you look at the schedule, we're going to be spending a little bit more time. You guys will have Nancy and Mike will come in for robot judging and kind of go over a little bit more in detail some of those details. And then from 2:30 to 3:30, we have an hour of just open practice where you guys can do stuff on the boards, or if you need extra help, I can definitely spend that time helping you. But I just wanted to show you guys a couple more things. So when you get your students connected, whoops, I can't even like use this mouse anymore. Here we go. So once you get down to the driving basics, you get them turning. One suggestion that I have as a great lesson for teams is setting them up with rotations and have them record the data. And so what I mean is you ask them, when your steering value is at 100, all right, hold on. I know everybody's troubleshooting and everybody's working, so I appreciate it. I know, right? It'll be like my kindergarten classrooms. No, that's okay, because I understand that some people do need to troubleshoot. When you guys do arc turns or pivot turns are where you are not just spinning around in a circle with one wheel going forward, one wheel going backwards. Sometimes you actually want to like do a pivot turn. The key though is for your students to understand what rotation and what value each turn is going to yield. So there is underneath the movement over here, you have this move straight, and if you click on it, it gives you this cool little steering wheel. The steering wheel is not as accurate as you think. It makes no sense. I don't know what Lego Education was thinking. 1 to 99 either goes like a far arc or a pivot, and then 99 to 100 goes from pivoting around one wheel to a tank turn. So there's nothing in between pivoting around one wheel and doing a direct tank turn. I don't know quite what they were thinking. So that's different than the EV3s. If you guys were doing steering with the EV3s, it was a little more intuitive. This one is 1 to 99, does a pivot, and then 99 to 100 jumps straight to a tank turn. But this is what I would use with my teams. I set them up with a little table and said, okay, if, here, let me present this so it's a little bit bigger. And I said, we want to turn 45 degrees and we want our steering value, I changed the numbers for spike prime. As a tank turn, how many rotations do you need? At a pivot turn, set at 99, how many do you need? If we move the steering value to 25, which is kind of like how a car turns, like a gradual arc, how many rotations? And your students hopefully will see that it's actually a direct ratio, that you just half the amount of rotations each time from 45 to 90, from 90 to 180, from 180 to 360. Actually not half, double the amount of rotations. But this is helpful because if your students are ever looking at a table and you're like, oh, we want to turn, and we want to turn the robot this much, you can just bust out this piece of paper and say, okay, it needs to be 2.2 rotations at a steering value of 99, and then your students can do it right away.
You'll share this with?
We'll share it. I'll have Laura email it out to you guys. We would do this. We're going to skip it. You guys can try these on your own. I always like driving challenges with my team, and when I'm doing summer camps here, we always do lots of driving challenges. So can you get it to like drive forward, turn 180, and drive back? Can you get it to make an L, drive forward, turn 90, drive forward, go 180, back and back? And then a really fun one, and I have a picture on an upcoming slide, make an obstacle course. Take a table, take your FLL table, put a bunch of stuff out, and have them navigate through an obstacle course. and then have them use those steering values that they discovered in order to navigate the obstacle course. Because if you look at the FLL tables, they're basically an obstacle course. So understanding the amount of rotation necessary for turns is going to be a key thing. So a fun one too is to parallel park. So parallel parking is a fun one. You put two things out and you have them drive forward and back into the space. No cheating, no tank turns. It's got to turn like a car. And then like this is an obstacle course that I had set up with a different robot. This was a fun one. We tried it with an ASU summer camp one time. The kids loved it, and I've been doing it ever since. And it's called, well, you guys can change the name. I call it a one-try obstacle course. So you set everything out. You give the kids a ruler. You give them a protractor, whatever they need. They can measure everything out, and then you give them one try. And that's it. And you see who makes it the furthest along this obstacle course. And really what you're trying to instill on them is, do you remember distances? Do you remember the degrees of rotation and the type of rotation that you would need? So this was one that I set out and had some fun things where they had to drive through and you had to meet up with the crane and then drive back and over. Again, we're going fast because I've got, like 5 minutes? But I kind of just want to at least give you the information so that you know when you're looking at this later what to look out for. Turning using rotations or distance, or here's the one that's going to confuse everybody, and including your team. When you, instead of use rotations, but you go degrees, and you're like, sweet, I'm going to just turn this thing, and it's going to go 180 degrees. Guess what? That is not 180 degrees of turn. It's 180 degrees of whatever wheel is turning. So it will not do a 180 degree turn. It's going to turn the wheel 180 degrees, which is probably not a 180 degrees turn. Just, yeah, you'll go, oh, it's going to turn 180. No, it's going to turn like 30 degrees. So just keep that one in mind. That's a hard one. But the gyro sensor, so anytime you can incorporate the gyro sensor, it's a good time. If I'm going to leave you with one piece of advice, I got this when I was a rookie coach and I came to ASU just like you guys and heard a presentation. And it is, if you're ever using sensors and you're using a weight for, don't ever use an equal sign, because you never know if it's set to, I want you to turn the gyro and set the yaw to 90 degrees. And if it goes and it's like reading the sensor value and it's going 87, 88, and for whatever reason it skips 90 and jumps to 91, it's going to keep spinning because you said equal to 90. So I always use greater than, and so you would go set the yaw angle to greater than 89, which it should stop at 90, but just in case it's moving really fast, makes it to 91, 92, at least it will stop and not skip over that value. So if I'm going to leave you with one thing, inequalities are better than equal signs. So I think before the other group comes in, I can get a few more things. When you're programming the plow or the lift arm on these things, we're no longer using the combined motors in movement, but you're doing a single motor, which are going to be the blue blocks at the very top. So at the very top, you have motors. This is where you can program individual motors. Or if you have attachments, this is where you would program attachments up here. And like you saw, you can double them up. You can say, I want to run A and B. Here you click on multiple. I want A and B. Yep, you got multiple right there. So if you want two things happening at once, you can do that. This is a weird one that we ran into. If you do them in, okay, so let's just say we've got motor C and motor D. So motor C is we were just talking about this over here, the lift arm, and motor D is the plow. I might be backwards. If it's like this, remember that code executes one at a time. So you have C run, and then you have D. What it will do is motor C is going to complete one rotation before motor D moves. So if you ever run into something where you're trying to coordinate movement, you want to make sure that you're doing multiple motors at the same time. All right. And the last couple slides that I have, we had some challenges that we didn't get to, which is fine. Color sensor driving, which we didn't get to. There's a whole unit in the Spike Prime app. You don't need the expansion pack for it. You just need the core set that has a whole thing on line follow, which is really nice, really intuitive for the students. All right, a couple extra things I'll leave you with. The FLL mat is awesome. It can get frustrating for your team, especially if they keep trying the same challenge over and over and over again. One thing you can do, especially if you're not a rookie coach and you've participated in multiple seasons, take that map, flip it upside down, and turn it into a game. We had one where we had launchers. We built a whole wall, and we launched things over it and tried to knock paper towers over. I've also set up black squares and had driving competitions to see who could do something and then end up in the black square. We had another one where we used the Lego, like the big Lego ball that came with one of the missions. I think Into Orbit had one. We have a bunch of them, and the kids have to come out and like capture the balls and bring them back to their side. And then there's a yellow ball over here, which if it accidentally gets knocked over one, it resets the whole game. So coming up with fun games using the table that's not the missions is very helpful, because it sort of kind of breaks up the monotony of, okay, are we going to get this mission today or not? Change it up. Here, I'll play this little video for you guys. Hopefully it's not like too loud. But here's like the little tower game. So they're like trying to launch over and knock over the towers. Kind of. Anyways, so breaking it up can be nice. It's nice to break it up. I also wanted to put in, organizational tips. If you can organize, I swear I don't have OCD at all. But I have all of my Technic pieces organized into little containers and bins. Super helpful for when you are putting things away at the end of the season and you're looking for individual pieces. But don't do all of them. Have a giant tub with all the extra pieces out so that kids can dig into them when you're building attachments. You don't want everything organized into bins. You want there to be some chaos for them to dig through. But it is helpful to have them all organized. And then additional resources for you. So when this presentation goes out, you guys will have these. Some former FLL students from a long time ago. If anybody does FLL, you guys probably know about Prime Lessons. It used to be ev3lessons.org. Phenomenal resource. They have so many great lessons on how to do things, and same with FLL casts. It's fantastic. So here, let me just show you Prime Lessons super quick. So on this website, they're like former, where did it just go? How do I get to lessons? Lessons, word blocks, and they have everything from like how to use Spike Prime, installing the software, connecting it, hubs, managing projects, turning with the gyro sensor, moving straight, everything from using pseudocode, which is great for getting kids to kind of think about the actions before they do it, how to use all the sensors, how to use repeats and if-thens, and when you get into your Boolean logic, all the way down to like crazy line follow projects, debugging, acceleration, and it looks like they're still on Unit 11 and haven't finished uploading. So primelessons.org, and that's actually put together by 2 former FLL participants, which really goes into that whole mission with the core values of giving back to the community And I think, Nancy, it's gracious professionalism. Is that the right word? So just making sure that you give back. So this has been a huge resource for me over the years. All right. So at 2:30, we have open table, and I promise I will be here for a while to help anybody who needs it with any kind of programming needs that you guys might have. All right. Thank you.
Talk about the judging specifically for the robot design. Okay, so now this rubric that I have here, which is what I'm going to spend most of the time talking about. So as a judge, I use this rubric to make all the decisions. Okay, so this is going to help us decide what we're seeing. This rubric should be available Tuesday at noon, I believe, noon Eastern time, I think it was. So you won't have this rubric if you look for it now, but you will see it on Tuesday. Okay? So it looks very different if you haven't competed. I still don't know where the mouse is here. There it is.
Actually, I have copies if you guys want one. So you get an early version.
So it looks a little different, and I'm going to talk specifically about each section, but it looks a little different even than last year's. I didn't touch anything. Is that Nancy? Whenever you're not sure, just blame it on Nancy. So I put this in a PowerPoint so it might be a little easier to go through. I just got to figure out where my mouse is, which I keep figuring out. They extended the screen, but I have no idea which side it's extending from. Is it extending from the left or the right? There it is, okay. I hate when I don't set it up and someone sets it up for me.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so this is just going to be about robot judging. And I got Nancy here, so if some questions come up, or she'll probably follow up at the end and, you know, maybe counter something I said. Nancy, don't be shy about saying, no, we're not doing that this way, because she probably knows more information than me. So there's the rubric revealed. Oh my God, there it is. Ooh. All right, so each of them are organized into different categories. So this is the identify category. It tells exactly what we want a team to do. So the team had a clearly defined mission and explored building and coding skills that they needed. And that's what we're looking for. So it's no longer, here's my programmers, here's my builders. They need to all be part of that entire experience. This is, we're building, look, as someone that left industry, I'm not a programmer by trade. I've taken several programming classes, but I talk to programmers all the time in every project I had. I had a team of programmers. This game is going to be very special to me because I worked in logistics at Intel, so I understand the moving of transportation and reducing, JIT and all that. So this is kind of a cool topic for me. But I had to have that skill of being able to understand enough about programming to be able to communicate to programmers. So certainly your kids are going to be at different levels, but they all should be involved in the programming at some aspect, okay? So here's where it kind of breaks down. Unclear, partially clear, and clear mission. So, how do you know if it's unclear? Is going to be easy to identify. Well, I have no idea what these kids' strategy was. But whether it's partially or clear, I think there's a little ambiguity there. And I'm sure I know how we organize as judges. We're going to determine what that is before we deliberate and stuff. We're going to have that before we even see the teams, what we're looking for. But your kids need to have a clear mission strategy. How did I approach these missions, and why did I choose them? And be able to elaborate on that. And if they're not saying it in that session, it needs to be in a notebook, okay? I need that information as a judge to make that decision whether it's clear or partially clear, or maybe it's exemplary. And if you notice on this sheet, the exceeds, the judge now has to give a reason why it exceeds that category. And that's part of the deliberation we're going to have at the end. So those 4s aren't just 4s anymore. They're 4s with an explanation. And it forces the judge to kind of call out, well, what about that team made them exceed in their mission strategy? Why was their mission strategy so exemplary to everybody else's mission strategy? Okay? So I always ask the kids, how did you pick the missions? Did you do rock, paper, scissors? How did you do that? You know, I mean, any one of those is a strategy, but it's not a good strategy. So how do they approach that game? And then we're also going to look for evidence of building and coding skills in all team members. Notice that, all team members. So we're looking, it's limited, it's inconsistent evidence, you know, or it's consistent evidence. No matter how we ask the question, we're getting consistent information. Well, one kid says, you know, I was involved in programming. Well, could you tell us what mission you worked on and what you did? Well, not really. Well, I watched the other programmers. Well, that's not involved in programming. Okay, so we might get some inconsistent information. Okay, and they don't have to write the entire program. They need to be involved in programming. They need to be involved in the design and build of the robot. Okay, it might just be one attachment that they're involved in building or designing. It doesn't have to be the entire robot. Okay, so think of how you're going to parse that out with your students. Okay, so then we move to the design portion. Okay, and I'm just gonna cut out just that little piece so you don't have to look at the whole sheet every time. So we're looking for teams to produce innovative designs, a clear work plan, and seeking guidance as needed. So we know the kids are going to need some help, and how are they getting that help? Are they seeking out, or are the coaches doing it for them? That's a big difference. Not that it's wrong for the coach to help them find the resources and everything, but it's way different than the kids finding the resources themselves. Those are two different things. So when the kids take the actions, it means much more in the judge's room than the coaches taking the actions for them and guiding them. You know, and I bought some drawer slides. I put them in the room on the table, and they're talking about solving the problem. They're just drawer slides sitting there. If you've ever seen a drawer slide, you pick it up and play with it. And that's what they did. And they're talking about how to solve the problem. And one kid finally says, hey, could we use something like this? I put the solution in front of them, but I didn't tell them it was the solution. And that was a kind of a different approach as a coach. I didn't say, hey, what are other teams doing? And then I said, well, hey, does any other team use drawer slides to solve this problem? And sure enough, they go FTC, drawer slides, and there's 5 videos on how to solve the problem. But I didn't say, here's the videos, watch what these teams do. So helping them find their way, that's a really different approach. So what we're looking for here is minimal evidence, partial evidence, or clear evidence of some effective plan. Okay? So we want to know, what was your plan, okay, in your design? And we're looking as far as the coding, minimal explanation of the code, and innovative features, because those two are going to be tied together. Not only is it an innovative feature, but how do we code that feature? Partial explanation of that, or the clear explanation of that, okay? Again, I'm not sure what partial and clear and how that differentiates with those, and that's something we're going to have conversations on. But my advice would be, have your students self-assess. Have them do the presentation, record it, watch it, and judge it with this rubric. That's what I teach AP Calculus, and I do that to my students all the time. I don't grade anything. They grade it. How'd you do? Mister, I got this. Okay, good. What grade should I give you? I don't know. Maybe a B? Okay, sounds good to me. I give them an A at the beginning of the year. I'm like, okay, now just prove me that you earned it. So the whole evidence is proven that they earned an A. It's not what they get, it's what they earn. That matters. So think about walking your kids through this process. Like I said, I think if you recorded the session that you're doing the presentation, you can work on the timing of it. And don't be shy about having cue cards. There's absolutely no penalty for that. Here, well, I wanted to talk about this innovation in a robot. And just, it doesn't have to be rehearsed, but it should be organized. Okay? We don't need a script per se, but we need organized information. So does that make sense? Any questions on any of this? Maybe there's not enough or too many questions. I think the rubric kind of makes it pretty clear. So then we're going to look at the create part of the rubric. That teams develop an effective robot and code solution matching their mission strategy. So how are these two aligned? How is your plan and your robot and the coding solving the problem of that mission? Okay? So we're looking for limited explanation of the robot and attachments and sensors. Okay? Simple explanation or a detailed explanation. Okay? And then what's going to make you stand out beyond that? Okay? If anybody knows the Carl Hayden robotics team that won that's in the movie, I know the team pretty well. I know those kids that were on that team. Here's why they won. It didn't matter which kid they asked about any aspect of the robot. Every kid knew every aspect of that robot. And when the MIT team was doing their presentation, here, I'm going to default to James because he's our expert on that. And here, Diane's our expert on that. But it didn't matter. And when they came out of the judging session, they actually said, how did we do? I'm like, I don't know, they didn't have a lot of questions for us. Because they already knew the questions that need to be answered and answered them all. So there wasn't a lot of questions for the judges to ask them. So they didn't think they did well because it was a relatively short session. But they all knew every aspect of that robot. They owned it. And I mean, I'm not saying you're going to get to that level with your kids, but that you can still aspire to get to that level with your kids. Hey, this is our robot. It's not your robot. It's not his robot. It's our robot, and you should need to know everything about it. And if the kids don't know about the robot, have the other kids explain it to those kids. So let's say maybe those kids were working on the project that day. Well, when they come back to working on the robot, so 3 of them were working on a robot, 3 of them were working on the project, have that session where they're explaining. Here's exactly what we did yesterday. Here's the problems we were solving, and here's what we did. So not everybody's involved in that entire process. Okay? And then here we're looking for so it says unclear explanation of how the code makes the robot act, partial clear explanation, and clear explanation of how the code makes the robot act. So they need to know this. I talked about this in the last session. For a team to use the PID line follower and grab that code and use it, it's kind of nice. But when I get those kids in the judges' room and I ask them to explain the PID line follower, they have no idea why it works. But when I get a kid that uses the proportional line follower, and it's things they can understand, and they can explain it, even though the PID line follower might be a better tool, but if they don't understand it, it's not at their level. So maybe that was better, because now this team can explain every aspect of the proportional line follower. And if you don't know the difference, so when you write the code, sometimes that robot does this back and forth as it's trying to follow the line. Well, this will look at, the proportional line follower will look at the proportionality of the black and white that it's seeing and make better decisions. So, good? Hopefully that makes sense. So that's what they're looking for, clear. And it shouldn't matter which kid. I mean, we know only certain kids know certain parts of the program, so we don't expect every kid to know everything about the program. But we expect every kid to be able to say, hey, so tell me what part of the program did you write? What mission did you work on? Tell us a little bit about that. So we're looking for that.
Okay, good. And then here's the iterate part. And this is probably the most important part, but it doesn't get any extra weight here. When you're doing this engineering process, the iteration portion is probably the most important part. I shared a little bit in the last session, my team, I do an FTC team, we've never built a good robot. We have never built a good robot. However, 2 years ago at the state tournament, our robot worked well enough to qualify. We ended up winning the Think Award for the state because our engineering process was exemplary. It was a 150-page notebook, and it had all the science that we used to decide coefficient of friction, so we had the right material to be able to pick up this block. We tested them all. They designed an experiment to test which material was going to work the best, and all that was documented. So even though the robot kind of sucked, okay, the process we followed was rewarded. So that's an important part. I'm often asked, and I talked about it in the last session too, how do you know you're a successful robotics coach? I don't know, is it how good your robot works? Is it, I don't know, all the awards you win? Here's how I judge it. At the end of the year, my kids aren't saying, I want to be a programmer. They're saying, I am a programmer. I am an innovator. I am a researcher. I am this thing. I'm not aspiring to be it. I'm it right now. And just building that self-efficacy for your kids is huge as they go on into high school and more adventures, okay? So now we're looking for evidence of testing the robot in the code, okay? So you could say you tested it, but the teams that do well with this are the ones that have a table of all the data that they did to test it and why they made decisions based on that testing. So they've accumulated some data, they show that in the notebook. That's hard to present that in the session, but it could be in the notebook. But we did some testing to decide which was the best approach, and you were going to see that. And then here we're looking for either partial or clear evidence of that testing and coding. And then here, minimal evidence of their robot and code was improved. So how did you make decisions based on that data you accumulated? I mean, changing the robot is kind of cool, but improving the robot is really what we're trying to do. So how did that feed the improvement and give us a better product in the end? Okay? And again, look at the minimal, partial, clear. So we use the same modifiers each time. Okay? And then we got the communicate piece. So we got either, so now we're expecting them to communicate the design process. Okay? How did they make decisions? What process did they follow? What kind of iterative system did they use? There's a lot out there. I'm also one of the MESA coordinators. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of MESA, Math, Engineering, Science Achievement, but I'm one of the MESA advisors in the state. And we give them a process to use to follow this design process as they iterate through these. But you can find many of these. I'm sure ASU has one that they've adopted in their engineering program here. And just as long as you're following that iteration process, I think that's really, really important. And then we're looking for either unclear explanation of that process, partially clear, or maybe exemplary. Okay? Maybe they found a process online that they liked and added a step in it because they thought they needed this step. You know, taking it to the next level. And then the last part is we're all team members involved. So we're either seeing minimal evidence, partial evidence, or clear evidence that all team members were involved in the programming and the robot, the whole project. Okay? Hopefully that makes some sense. It's almost so clear, maybe there's not a lot of questions, because it's just all in the rubric. The thing that's maybe just unclear is what's clear. I don't know what does clear mean and what does partially mean. But I don't know what those mean, but I'm confident to say it'll be consistent in the judging room. Even if I don't know what that is now, I know as I have that conversation with other judges before we go into those sessions, I know we're consistent on what we define as those things and what exceeds and what's exemplary. Okay?
How do you check that there are programming questions? Or how would you know if it's done before we put the thing in play, right?
Obviously, you've been in the room with me. Yeah. How do you check that? How do you check that? So maybe as I have each kid speak, they speak shortly about what programming they did and what part of the robot they were part of. And now they've checked that box. So as part of their short presentation, they've checked that box. Okay? I did this part of the robot and I programmed this part of the robot. I only did this, maybe I did this for loop or the while loop or whatever they call them. And it's different in this program probably than some. But what did I do in that program? They don't have to explain every step. That's what I'll do. Hey, can you explain? I like the way this robot does this one mission. Could someone explain a little bit more how you program that? And then they'll give us a little more. So we'll take it to the next level if we need that information in that, 3 minutes that we get. 3 whole minutes. I'm telling you, I could talk to some of these teams for 30 minutes. And they'd still have to say, hey, we're done. 30 minutes. Because some of them just have some cool stuff to share. So, and they really are excited about that process, about what they did, what they accomplished. And they can't wait to share that information with anybody. I mean, their coach knows what they did. So when it's someone different, they can't wait to share it. They get this excited. I don't know if you've ever seen kids do this. They're like, and they can't even get the words out because they're so excited to tell you about what they just did. So, yeah, I think that's it, and I think I just did. Yeah, wait. Oh, yeah, questions? Great question. So I don't really care how the kids present it. I would rather it be their choice of how they give me the information as long as I get the information. So if Tommy's talking about the robot design, but he's like, and Tina and Joy helped out with the robot design, I don't care how I get the information. As long as the judge, I know everybody was involved and what aspects they were involved in. So it doesn't matter how they get that information. Now, what if you're not sure if it's going to come out in the judging session? Put it in the notebook. Put it in the notebook. Here's who did what. Johnny, robot engineer, and here's what he did. And you can put that in the notebook. I'm just looking for the evidence. It doesn't always have to come out in the robot session, as long as it's in there, as long as I have access to the information. Yes? You know what? Sometimes I don't see the notebook till after I've had the interview with the kids. So I can't say that. Now in the remote sessions last year, we did have access to the materials prior to the judging session. So we had that information. If we needed to ask a question that wasn't clear in the notebook, we could ask that question. I can tell you this, it will be equal. So either we're always gonna get to see it before the session, or we're never gonna get to see it before the session, because it wouldn't be equitable judging if in one tournament they looked at it and can ask questions that were missing from the notebook. In another session, we didn't, because we didn't see the notebook till after. So I think even Nancy, do you agree with that? We just need to be consistent there.
So I would recommend that anything that is on the rubric that your teams are talking about, or reference it, right? If you want more information, you might want to look at our engineering notebook, which they have a copy of. So make sure they touch on each of the topics in the rubric, okay?
Yes?
When you say notebook, are you talking about the self-created thing the team makes, or what is provided that they're working with?
You know, I know there's a resource that First has created with some kind of template where you can, it'll store it on the cloud or something, right? I don't know. I haven't seen that resource. I've seen it for the past, but I haven't seen it because it makes you sign up for something you can store more information on there. So I don't know how that's gonna work. So TBD for that, but I think First has a solution for you for this, but it could be something self-created. Certainly, a binder. I wish I would have bought mine. So my binder, when we won the Think Award, it was tabbed. So it had tab for each section, each thing we were trying to iterate. So think about if you're going to have a binder, a physical binder, make it so the judge can find the information they need fast. Try to put a table of contents in there. Try to put the things that, as a judge, you want to know about their My Blocks. I know exactly where that is, and I'm going to flip to that page. So I don't have to go through 300 pages. Well, no, hopefully it's not 300. So I don't have to go through 50 pages just to find the one thing I'm looking for. So try to keep it pretty organized. And that's a great soft skill to develop for kids about organization, and that's a really good thing for even maybe just one team member. I don't mind that. The whole team doesn't have to be involved in organizing. If they each have a piece of the notebook, but I don't really care if one student just takes the lead and says, hey, I'm going to organize it in the binder. I'm going to make sure there's a table of contents.
So that's a really good question, because it's something that your team is going to develop. And I will say that in Arizona, I don't think I've ever seen an engineering notebook come through. So I have seen it in other states where they've done a good job at submitting engineering notebooks, but I haven't really seen it here. What we've asked for in the past is teams fill out an engineering design summary that talks about their robot and their parts and stuff like that. So we have that information for the judges in advance, but we don't even get that. The other thing that we ask for is we ask for a copy of your programming so that the judges can take a look at that, and then that starts the conversation about explain to us how and why you wrote your code this way. But we haven't been getting that consistently either. So I would say any documentation that you provide us is only going to help your team. It is a plus. And when you look at the rubric, when it talks about evidence, so there's a difference between explanation and evidence. Evidence is that documentation, right? That's that documentation. Is it an engineering notebook? It may not be. So some of the teams that I saw last season, they actually, when they presented their PowerPoints, they had parts of it in their PowerPoint, right? So we know they documented because they're showing us pieces of it. Did they give us a whole notebook? They didn't, but I can see that they've documented their journey. They pulled parts of it out and they're showing us. That's evidence, right? I'm not asking every team to come in with a 200-page engineering notebook, but if you can have them document, and it doesn't have to be all typewritten, professional, it could be even hand-drawn, right? So that's okay, but if you show us evidence, then we love to see that because we want to see the journey.
Yeah, what you were trying to create and what you created and showing us that.
And we want to see the fails. right? What failed,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
what did you learn from those fails, and what did you do to get it to work?
So we have a question over here.
That's important, because if you remember core values, discovery
Yeah.
is a core value. So what did we discover? Wow, you know, this thing just did not work. We had to throw that attachment away. We came back and we redesigned it using XYZ. So those are the stories we want to hear.
And iterate's part of this process too, so we need to see that iteration, that there was mistakes made. Did you have a question over here?
Yeah, what did you guys talk about the engineering process and talk about the semis? And you talked about Lisa does and also some of what education does.
I'm sure they have some kind of, every engineering teacher has some process they're gonna make you follow.
Is there a book you can read to kind of
Just go online, just
process or?
yeah, just go online, say engineering process, and you'll find some of them have, 4 steps, some of them have 3 steps. Usually they're circular because they're gonna reiterate. Pick one that kind of makes sense to you and just use it. And then define what each. No, there's absolutely none that are consistent. So some have 4 steps, some might have 3. I think the least I've seen is 3. Yeah, and then just make sure the kids understand what each of the steps are. And then sometimes I'll ask my students, what step are we in the process? Oh, we're in the design part. Okay. Now we're in the testing part. And now we're in the, rethink part, or whatever those aspects are.
So if
Okay, cool. Yeah.
And so keep in mind that, you can look up the whole engineering design process, because there is a huge process, but the rubric is set up for that process, right, at a simple level, in terms of identifying, all of those steps. That is the engineering design process in a nutshell. Okay, so if you follow that and teach to that, then you're going to get to what we're looking for.
Then you'll check all the boxes.
Yeah.
So as far as the programming, I don't know as much about the spike and the block coding as I did maybe the my block coding or whatever you guys were using last year. If it gives you the ability to comment your code, to actually explain in the code what is happening at this part, that's huge. Because remember, the judges don't always understand all the coding, especially if you're creating a my block or something, or a math block, to tell the judges what's happening as part of the comment of the code. That's an industry norm too. And it's an industry norm that's not followed. I can't tell you how many programmers out there don't comment their code, and when someone else has to read their code, they're like, what is this doing here? And they have to actually spend time instead of saying exactly what this is going to do there. So it's an industry practice that's not being practiced. So if you can get that in your kids, they say, hey, what is this doing? And say that in the actual code. Okay, so that's not it. There's one more thing. I think this might be the best thing about this whole process here. As soon as I can find my mouse. Again, I don't know. It's extended, but from what side? I have no idea. There it is. This is, I think, my favorite part. The bottom of the rubric. We now get to tell the kids, we always kind of suggested to give them some comments, but now we have a space for that. Here's the things you guys did really, really great. You guys did really great at this. And here's some stuff that you can kind of work on or try to get to the next level. So maybe we're giving them some comments to get them to the next level for next year. Or maybe something, because they're going to advance, that they might think about to improve before they go to the state tournament. So what's the next thing for them to start thinking about? Maybe they didn't use sensors, and the judge might write, think about using sensors. I think you guys had a really cool robot, but think about using sensors that might be able to do even more. Or think about, instead of the regular line follower, think about this. And then as a coach, you would take those things back, and that's how you would start the next year and say, hey, here's what we did, and here's what we can improve on. And here's some things that we can do. So I like that they added that comment section right there, and celebrate the great job. On the way home, celebrate the great job. Really, I swear, you have to do that. I don't care if it's one little thing, you know? So I told you, we won the Think trophy. So the kids were so proud of that trophy. They brought it to breakfast the next morning up in Flagstaff and left it there. So we don't have that trophy anymore. This hotel swear they sent it back to me 2 years ago. But that doesn't take away from that moment. They still celebrated that. We just don't have, we have pictures of kids holding the trophy, but we could have photoshopped those, right, if we needed to. So
Mike,
at some
we're
point I
over.
gotta go buy that trophy.
We're over time.
Oh, is it 2:30 already?
Yeah, we're over time.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought I had till 2:30. You said 2:30 you were gonna have open field.
So I'm just going to
I'm
mention
sorry.
a couple of things.
I swore I thought I had till 2:30.
So while Mike is shutting down, I'm just going to mention a couple of things on the rubric, just so that you as coaches understand. So
I wouldn't have
for
went
the
that long.
most part, if your team is accomplishing everything that we're asking for, that's going to be threes, right? So threes, if your team gets all threes, that's really good. And there are going to be teams that get all threes that are going to win awards, all right? So I don't want you to think that your team doesn't get any fours. It's like, oh my gosh. Fours are really wow moments, right? For the judges, it's like, wow, I can't believe they talked about this, they showed us evidence of this, or whatever. Those are going to be more wow moments, okay? Just so you understand how this whole rating system now works. So it's a little bit different in the past. And if you think about fours, they're going to be teams that we see wow at a world level, right? So if your team gets a 4 in one of those categories, that's just fabulous.